House accepts a proposal from Arab mediator forced fire in Gaza, in which the immediate news approval. Reporter Linda Bradstein with more. If it does prove to be correct, it means there will be a 60-day ceasefire, during which 10 of the Israeli hostages who are still alive will be released. That's half of those who are still alive. A large number of Palestinian prisoners will be freed. I think that number hasn't been determined yet. And a huge amount of humanitarian aid will go into Gaza. After hosting Ukraine's president and European leaders at the White House, President Trump says U.S. is arranging a two-way peace meeting between Ukrainian President Zelensky and Russian President Putin. Zelensky responded. President Trump's location is still to be determined. No direct steps expected, but evacuation orders are in effect for North Carolina's Outer Banks, and Hurricane Aaron is likely to bring life-threatening surf and wet currents this week. National Hurricane Center Director Mike Brennan are expecting to stay strong from the water day from the 4th above ground level, especially along the Outer Banks, where we're going to see that very destructive wave action start to begin as we get into late Tuesday, really peaking overnight Wednesday into Thursday. Federal agency overseeing the state's legal immigration system is weighing many factors for consideration, including outstanding parking tickets and traffic violations. Before trying to rubber stamp whether an immigrant applying for U.S. citizenship has good moral character. CBS's Camila Galvez says the White House is characterizing the effort as a much-needed reset. But a former Biden administration official begs for this change is designed to allow people to deny more citizenship applications to illegal immigrants and to help note that this is searching the definition of both moral character to encompass what he calls extremely harmless behavior. Louisiana is among the Republican-led states now sending National Guard troops to the nation's capital. WWF Ian Ozen. Louisville voters are ready to respond to what President Trump took, returning Tuesday and Saturday to Washington, D.C., and cities across our country. In a social media post, Logan said he approved the plan of our 125 Louisiana National Guardsmen to prevent the city from being overcome by violence and lawlessness. And he also said he's committed to bringing safety to Louisiana. Pastor Anton's recommending that the California governor, Gavin Newsom, called on President Trump to send search to Freeport because of his half the capital crime. Well, the state fair attendance drops $1 million amid affordability effort. This is CBS News.
For only on the parts for earlier cars no needs. Get the Pizza Service moving fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport and I bought my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking and I should have been focused on the job at hand. And that was done. I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally drop their phone into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right there, you didn't get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36. Absolutely free with a $35 plan from Fintech. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and battery that lasts all day, along with unlimited text and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's fast and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking for the next time. Just on Pound 250 say keyword micro with your free phone today. You can make the switch in 10 minutes. That's phone 250. Semi-pro switch to an 80% smartphone and a couple of extra choice for something.
Welcome to Weekday. A new Netflix documentary called Diego explores the homeborn outlaw film known for their quirky style. The film debuts tomorrow and features archival footage and interviews, including appearances by fans like Iggy Pop and Tony Ford. Hollywood mourns a legendary stuntman.
Ron David Jr. will remain on fire in the big one in 1975 Pink Floyd album Wish They Were Here. In Hollywood, he was one of 80 go-to stuntmen. Set off his film in an exploding tower in CBS Sports, who performed in more than 200 films, including Western One, Ace of Weapon, Twister, and The Matrix Reloaded. Everyone else, CBS. CBS News.
Good afternoon. It is 2:04 p.m. and that is your time check on the Brightside on Wave 105.1 FM. You are tuning to Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us on our website, thewave105.com, and watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also phone us your times on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Bright Side is brought to you by Chili's Guam and Chili's Marianas Business and Memory Company Mirror. Coach North Guam, allowing tour to meet the island's first touring program. Location and sacred difficulties are Coastal Guam. GTA, we start with you. Mobile passes open every community and long location. Make sure to follow Instagram at micropass671 and micropass on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions. Confident to value of professional security services. Sherwin Williams, rates coming fast. Are you ready? Before you want to share, Liam Johnson. Engineer for Guam, Guam West Season Shift. Built House and Made for Mass. The Temperament today and ask the Sherwin Williams. Stabilize you fast in just a few clicks. Order online at 7pacific.com for pickup at your convenience. Or for delivery right on your doorstep. Online ordering at 7pacific.com is powered by today we deliver. Ask the brand about a new face to details. And more testimony before your video traffic is on here on the Brightside. So traffic on Route 1 East Virginia, you are heading southbound city intersection, move quick to profile. Slow traffic on Route 1 East if you are heading north or southbound city intersection, that will be for Route 14. Slow traffic on Route 1 East if you are heading northbound city intersection, near the Kennedy High School. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Pavement crossing and local activities will continue along Route 1 for Route 8 and Duke Tower from today's Tuesday, August 19th to August 22nd. Work hours will be from 1 a.m. to 4 p.m. Incidents and multiple injuries in both directions are expected during work hours. Lawyers are advised to practice accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is the Rodeo Traffic Report on the Brightside. Welcome to another Brightside right here on Wave 105. Global Broadcast is Tuesday, August 19th. We're online at wave105.com as well as YouTube. Here's our number, 671-922-1051 or 1052. Give us a call. Any issues with the filing the budget bill,
What are your thoughts? Let us know, right? Once again, 671-922-1051. You can also WhatsApp using the same number, 922-1051. Well, right now, they're discussing DOC, right? Their budget. And the fact that there is no appropriation, no added funding towards a new facility for DOC, right? And so when we had the conversation with the director of DOC, Fred Bergara, he said, we actually want to look into a different master plan that would truly separate inmates from detainees, because it's just not safe to have the detainees integrated or closely in proximity to inmates. And some even consider there are some detainees that are already integrated in with inmates, and that's not a good thing. And so there's another master plan that the judiciary of Guam has made, but we haven't seen that. That one was since 2010. And so what does that look like? So there's $4 million, which was $5 million appropriated for them to move forward with the construction of a new facility for DOC. Went from 5 down to 4 because they took $1 million of that, and they were allowed to use it for that operation to purchase go-karts and whatnot, or fix some things, buy inventory as well, like toilet paper and paper towels last year. And then this fiscal year, or during this budget hearing, for fiscal year 2026, there is none of that. And we've been hearing the discussions about it, the concern that there's no money to be added to that $4 million for the construction of this new DOC facility. This has been going on since Senator Tony Romano was the director of DOC, trying to start up the construction of a new facility early on in 2025. So there's a difference of opinion. Are they ready to go? Maybe they're not. That's what Senator August is saying. It doesn't look like they're ready to go. So you might want to just use that $4 million for your operation now to go towards what you need to appropriate now. If you do that, then zero. Start from nothing. So before we even went into that, because I was watching some of what their guests and Speaker Frank Rogers and his man talking, we got to go back to yesterday. Appropriating funds of money to GMHA. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not there. Senator Chris Grenius believes it's there. He believes it's there. Senator Sabrina Sales-McAnally believes it's there because she asked it. And so I know Senator Chris Grenius was on with Pauly this morning, and Burn is on at the same time. And so a little bit of what was said, Senator Chris Grenius talked about how Senator McAnally approached him, asked him about the status of the $35 million, because there's a lot of discussion about having been set aside for a new hospital. So he shares that back in the 22nd Guam legislature, not the 22nd, but in the fiscal year 2022 budget talk, the legislature, which he was part of, passed a bill to set aside $35 million for a new hospital, right? And so he explained how the appropriation was supposed to work. He said the idea was because we were using local funds for all that time, including that fiscal year, to pay EITC, an income tax credit. When the reimbursement comes to Guam after we pay local funds, the priority was that account. The first $35 million was going to go in to populate that healthcare facility. Funding for the new hospital is contemplated in the public line. Now, surprisingly, they found out there was no deposit in there, and that's kind of the discussion that was held yesterday. And Senator Keith Times talking about how, let's not play games. Let's give them real money because they've got real issues. And so there's no argument that they're not facing real challenges over GMH, right? Senator Chris Williams again explains that they need money to pay for a new electrical plant, right? Also, a new software system, IT to strengthen their IT infrastructure. That will not go down. Roof awning and whatnot. But if the money is not there and you appropriate the money, how long can you find this money? Speaker Frank Ross Jr. says it's somewhere, it's just in your books. And now they might even have the AG investigate themselves for appropriating money that they're not supposed to be appropriating. And that's why even not just this morning, but even yesterday, when Senator Thomas was asking some questions. He goes, well, if you're talking about an investigation, I better just shut up and listen. The same thing with Lester Carlson when he said. So, again, when they talk, they both agree that UMH needs money now. And they have to decide either fund the $35 million locally or repeal or modify the law. Because, again, the bill says you cannot appropriate money, you can't use the same money twice. So I remember who was the chairman of the Office of Finance and Budget when they did this, when they appropriated $35 million for new hospitals. Senator Johnson August, who was OFC director, Steve Pereira. So there's a conversation that was held yesterday explaining how it all went down. And so this is the audio file that I want to share. So this was yesterday, and Senator Johnson Augustine once again saying, I don't believe this $35 million exists. I was the chairman of OSD, and you were the director of OSD. And so, what exactly did we do as a body, as a legislature back then? And so here it is. a weekday system meeting, and one of the two organizations that was good at the time. And we were about 35 million, and the first year was 37 months, and we were just talking about it. And then, right around 45 million, we got to the line, people were, and we were 35 million, and we could make the story of sister practice, we could come and take it on the rest, other than talk people. That was the other part. But this is our federal dollars. This is not the money. So, I, again, going back to the time you get there, we're going to the country, but we're putting up the dollar somebody, to pay for those things, but there's something you're going to get more room. And that doesn't go away. And I was, using this word reimbursement as a collecting rate. There's not. And I just want to refer to the administration. I didn't get reimbursed. So they got reimbursed, what's going to move? One month worth of money to pay for the defense. We don't know what we're going to do. That reimbursement should not go to the cost because we knew how much that money. But if we were not get reimbursed, and we were moving other money to pay for it, then of course, there's no reimbursement. There's no money. So that is why we presented this time, and I thought that is exactly what we did on Wednesday. And when you go on this part, and you can have a livelihood, you do it, and you doesn't look like it on. I love it. This comic carries that almost possible. Nobody knew what to before. We're talking about 5 things. And what you said is different. You all have obviously. And I don't consider you to accept that. People can't speak their world's doing. We can show it to you. But it's up to the party to decide what they want to do. But the situation other than that, I think it's just the truth. I believe that this material here is that the God's truth. That's the God's truth. I don't think you do that. As long as my husband asked me, I told him, you know the truth. And we're okay. We were sitting back there and we were all these people of the time when we finally passed the drum. But for them to come back and say, oh, you don't know what the heck this was? Why you run it this way? I remember spending almost 2 weeks just unwrapping it. Because what's the body? This is what we were doing. And that's what happened. Because when you do it, when you do it 4 or 5 years here, and you know, that's 4 or 5 years later. We all look the book. But we're sitting there, when we do it 5 years later, then what? This is what we're doing. Let the family work for us. We didn't know about the past. We didn't know we were going to get reimbursed. We didn't know this was going to be money to pass into this time. These are all these people. But you know, to the bottom, I mean, even I just say, let's do it. Let's go feel. Let's go through together. I love it. I mentioned this, anything anybody said to me. But don't go back 4 or 5 years until you know you can do that. But all this whole event is different. Maybe not the time you go to bed, that will have to be in the garden, because it hurts. And like I said, I will live 7 years. I'm not one of the 7 years that anybody connected with us in Brightside. Every year that you were taught, you asked for us to make a good job. I take it for it. I took the good from that. I just find it very exciting now to hear all this. And this is how it comes from. So, I'm going to quit blaming. And then also this money is not believe that this is coming from money. And it is somewhere. If the railroad, the director, of the rescue, and the preparation of media monitor, I'm doing the director of VOA, there's all the money in. These guys are the ones that are tracking all the money. All 3 of them have felonies that this $35 million is not in this fund. It's not in this area that is set aside for a new hospital. However, it was appropriated, $35 million. And so Senator Chris Duane says, we use local funds to appropriate. So now let's just find that money. And I hope they do find it for the sake of GMH. For the sake of GMH, because they surely could use it. The good news is that there was another amendment, and it was Senator Chris Duane. Right after that, there was a couple other amendments from Sabrina South Mantanami and Chris Duane that were out of order. But this other one did get the vote on, and it did pass. $7 million from the general fund from withholding taxes. We shall see. But Frank's on the line and wants to talk about GMH. Okay, Frank. Okay, Frank, you're on the air.
Beginning Pauly.
Okay.
In the Bazaar, and since to for that
Take your thoughts.
Nobody hears that that's regret. And it's more special. They do not like that. They do not stand up to do. Stay with you. Those two government departments want to become receiver. And the other one again, those two departments want more money for you. They do not really have to run the whole lot. And I wish that any gentleman to keep assisting the federal government to take this to the government and to get it to the system.
He said it a couple of times, even in the 27th one legislature.
That's the fact. We need all these people to fix this mess. If it ain't going to get fixed, then people get it. And we're just making it worse. You know what's going to happen? Police are already already so much more again. They're going to make these taxes. And that's even sound worse. So we put $1.3 billion and pull out of money. Even if you give them $2 billion, they're going to give out. If they give the pay for the cemetery, then maybe they still want to make it. What's one down there? These people that make the big decisions, they're more sensitive, you know? We need a further review of what's happening in this department does. Because they're bold. And maybe it's not all of them who are there, but those people that are there, if they can't fix it, stay and get out of there. Put somebody in that can fix it. Don't just keep staying there and nothing's getting fixed. If you can't do it, pass it off to somebody else that can do it.
That was just $1.2 million. None of that was for specifically to repair the veteran cemetery. They talked about a $50 million grant that Boho cannot meet the deadline and so they have to start over. So they didn't even pull out the whole grant or finalize that grant application. And so there was this talk, even from others, saying that they got the grant. But I think they spoke too soon. They never got the grant. They actually had to pull back because they weren't going to meet the deadline to submit everything. And so they restarted. So they didn't even get any money for the cemetery. Except $1.2 million for all of Gova's operations. I would love for the feds to run. It's not an official Veterans Affairs cemetery, in my understanding.
They shouldn't be in the cemetery business. In the system. It's not responsibility for the federal government. They're the ones that are responsible for the policies they make to the veterans, for the fraud, and the road. I don't know why they keep the responsibility on it. That is not a responsibility of the government of Guam. That is a federal problem. It's not a government problem.
I don't disagree with you on that, but I also think that if the federal government is not going to take on the responsibility, then we want to show the respect to those that have served in our name, right? I think that's why we're doing that now. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I don't disagree with you on that, for sure. Oh no, the federal government on the U.S. veteran cemeteries, the actual official ones, yeah, that's our federal.
Over and over every year. And it's two of the things. They're not fulfilling right. That's not true. I don't even give them $100. That's more than to make the best. The people for that. And they kill you. And make them sort out what's going on over there. But maybe there's something going on where money teaching something. To find out where the money is. That's right. What's going on? You can't expect anything, really. And those two, I'm talking about the last two guilty are very important. This is what they receive. And whatever money, we're giving them money. It's good news. I'd rather give the federal government that money and let them take it over. I'm so thankful. Instead of giving money, I'm like, it's getting started. I want to see where the money is getting done. And it seems like nothing is getting done. The more money we put, the more people do it. That's what people really think. This is not my opinion. People stop.
I don't know if that's facts, but
respect your opinion because the other perspective is that we've never been giving them appropriating the resources to effectively run a hospital or a Department of Corrections, right? And so that's the other perspective. You know, I wouldn't say what you're saying are facts, but I respect it. Uh-huh. Sure. I feel you. I mean, the longer that we wait to either, it's the worse it's going to get, So, I agree with you on that. He says senators are part of committees and should be be blamed for any failures of the committees in the part of is the I don't know what that means, Mark Euro meeting by the majority obligated to abide with open government law. I'm not sure I understand that part, Steve. And then remember the economy, I do remember that viral video. We brought that up earlier this morning. Anything else, sir? Go ahead. Yeah. Well, I will agree with Senator Suba and even Dr. Fabio was saying, don't neglect the current hospital and its operation because they are the ones that are taking care of today's cases. What Dr. Fabio believes is happening is the current administration in one way or form is neglecting the current hospital and preparing for a new hospital. And so Dr. Fabio said 2 days ago that if you don't fix the problems with the current hospital, those same problems will exist at the new one. Hey, Tom's on the other line. Do you mind? Yeah? All right. I think he's on it. I think some senators have already reached out to him. Take care. All right. John is on the line. Hafa Adai, John, you're on the air. John Moore?
today, John? You're on the air. Right? Hey, how's today? Good afternoon. Yeah. Okay, go for it. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. Yes. From what he said to us was, first they got to go to the PAC, August 28th, so 11 days from now, right? Or 9 days from now. And they have to, PAC has to approve the rate increase. And so they're still going to go for that rate increase, knowing that this law, this bill passed. That's what Urban Flex said 3 weeks ago. They'll still move to go for the increase because they do need these funding now, like we had mentioned, right, to prepare for more customers. But by 2027, he says, we could start to see a decrease in our fees. And I would say that's something that I can look into now because I don't in this law, it talks about self-hires, right? And that's something that you are probably going to look into. I don't know what there's even a cost to, but it does say that there is an exemption to having to pay for a bill. And you can, it says here under exemption, letter if the owner or lessee of a residential building registers with a GSWA as a self-hire and utilizes a residential transfer station, you'll be exempt. Any owner who meets the requirements of the section may petition the GSWA for an exemption. So it doesn't actually say how much it costs to be a residential self-hire, but we know the cost of self-hire, right? What is the cost? They'll up the price and then they'll lower it again in self-hire when they know that they have more customers. And then they'll sure, yeah. And so, I hope so. That's the goal, because that's what they were saying. I'm not going to tell counties how to prioritize. Every county prioritizes things differently, right? Again, there is a GSWA customer assistance program that it says that they shall establish. And so there is going to be some form of subsidy who qualifies as SNAP or those that are under SNAP, those that are under Medicaid, and those under WIC. So it says GSWA shall establish a customer assistance program to provide financial assistance to eligible ratepayers that shall be funded through legislative appropriation, grants, or other external subsidies. When I see legislative appropriation, what do they appropriate? They appropriate the general fund. So, one way or another, taxpayers will pay for the subsidy. Unless they can find grants, or they can find external subsidies.
You got the income bracket, so I was working costs and on that, but they come down like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so unfair. I know that's that income bracket is good, but maybe that would be $20. You know what I mean? Now this is like a slap in the face, you know?
Sure.
Yeah. It is what it is. It's what it is. We've had legal justice.
No, I get it. I understand.
It's going to stay out of school and do anything. Because, man, I tell you this, though, a lot of people can't afford it for counseling. There is a legal justice that they got to fight to that point. You know?
Yeah. And that's the other issue, raising up the fines and whatnot, right? Like strengthen these funds, but, you know, if somebody can't pay, how are you going to make somebody pay a dollar when they don't have a dollar?
Exactly. So, $30 to come and kind of afford that $35 for the attitude and
So, with that said, understanding that I do believe, I agree with you, that we need to strengthen the funds. But for those that can't pay, then you strengthen the compete in the what is the word? The consequence. And so, if you have labor for a number of hours, this is something that DPW director Vince said, not community service in the aircon. Individuals that get caught illegally dumping or abandoning their vehicles. I don't know if you've seen near the airport, they have the brand new yellow paint. They could use a lot of brand new yellow paint everywhere. And so, there's plenty of potholes that need to be filled, and so those will get, Don't let it run and getting in trouble. I gotta go to this break that I didn't go to. Yeah? I'm going to message now. Yes, thank you so much for that. Let's see if we can get an update. Thanks, Tom. You take care. All right, we're going to take a 4 o'clock break. A little bit later on in the show, our friends from Subway's going to be joining us. I believe they got some more sauces, right? Some new spicy sauces, right? So that's happening in the 3 o'clock hour. Regina Lee, the president of the Guam Business Journal, will be in studio around 5 o'clock talking to us all about tourism and how to invest more, what we should be doing as an island, as a government, in protecting this industry. And so that's what I got. And then obviously we'll talk about more of these bills that became law. One of them even lapsed. And then what else is going on with the budget here. So 2:49 in the afternoon, we'll take the break. It says the Brightside on the top of Guam, our wave 105. Very the market. So there, six people are hurt after a building car lifted in Pittsburgh with a pistol recording Erica Singh.
One man were hit. 5 people went to the hospital. 3 employees conditioned to the Guam State.
The transportation fighter crashed the vehicle in park before exiting. With Tokyo Airport and the state of 2 days of year, government workers to go back to work, the planes are being landed and the passengers are being stranded. Because President Zelensky is in Washington tonight ahead of tomorrow's meeting with President Trump. His top local officials on his way had a message from European and NATO leaders who have won in the meeting. should be. I'm not going to stop. Workers on the move, hoping for better pay. And our camera put a bankrate.com posted some estimates. A new bankrate survey finds nearly half of those in the workforce plan to look for a new job in the next 12 months. That includes 1 in 4 who say they're very likely to look for a new position. This comes at a time when the job market has demonstrated resilience, but it has also continued to cool. Even with the unemployment rate recently slipping to 4.1%, it's considered strong historically speaking. Others plan to do other things to try to improve their workplace life. 44% of workers say they plan to ask for a raise over the next year. That includes the majority of the youngest people in the workforce, members of Generation Z and millennials. Many workers indicate they're prepared to be mobile, with 18% saying they're likely to relocate for a new job. About 1 in 2 say they're likely to ask for more work flexibility, such as different hours or the ability to work remote or from home. More at bankrate.com. I'm Mark Taylor.
When Mary Adams released the most recent report, the American Psychological Association released a health advisory about the impact of artificial intelligence on adolescent well-being. It found that the impact of complex and complex learning, neither good nor bad. For learning, it said, AI can assist in brainstorming, creating, organizing, summarizing, and synthesizing information. But it also found that adolescents may struggle to distinguish between the stimulated empathy of an AI chatbot and genuine human understanding. The North Station Education Director, Terry Gallagher, suggested parents model their own positive use of AI. And when we talk about how we're using it and how we're thinking about our interactions, can encourage their healthy development and use of AI for all. More at KStation.org/radio. We'll get the next station report. I'm Lori Maggard for CBS News. Also calling for your available traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 16 and above Mile North heading to the intersection near the Guam South, and this traffic is it's backed up all the way to the intersection near the Guam National Guard. Due to wind over, only the right lane is open, so be on the lookout for that and take alternate routes if needed. For traffic on Route 1 into Money, if you are heading north or southbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. No traffic on Route 1 in Hugo if you are heading northbound. This is in front of the McDonald's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and front of the winners from Today, Tuesday, August 19th to the 23rd, there will be room service between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on a weekday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. Notice to expect delays and drive with parking. And that is your available traffic report here on the Brightside. We do continue to express the yourself on that up to several we do want to mention that we start again in the community to the state and we celebrate what is happening and please see your impact happening. If you start to have credit, discussion, and taking action, you definitely to participate in things. So, community for your one-time economics and your journey into the show. Welcome back to Brightside right here on the Wave 105, 256 in the afternoon. My name is Pauly Suba. 671-922-1051. There's a release that came out this morning from Speaker Santos Jr. The title is Where Are the Results from the So-Called Best and Brightest? He says that the release states that he is issuing a statement criticizing the administration's continued pattern of increasing salaries for high-level appointees under the justification of retaining the best and brightest, even as public services remain underfunded, inefficient, and deteriorating. Speaker Brown said, every time questions are raised about salary increases for cabinet officials, the response from this administration is the same. We need to retain the best and the brightest. But if these are truly the best and brightest, then I have to ask, why are our services falling apart? Across multiple agencies, Guam residents have reported growing frustration with long wait times, lack of responsiveness, inadequate staffing, technology that seems to work some days, but not on other days, poor customer service, and crumbling facilities. At the same time, reports confirm consistent salary hikes for executive branch officials, even while government departments struggle to cover basic costs like utilities, office supplies, or maintenance. He said, the people aren't feeling the benefit of these so-called investments in talent. Customer service is non-existent in many agencies. Response times are unacceptable, and frontline workers are being told there's no money for basic tools. Yet somehow the money is found to boost salaries and performance. Last question, whether the administration's priorities align with the needs of the community, and warned that the continued disconnect between leadership decisions and the lived experiences of the public erodes trust in government. He said, if this is the best we can expect from the best and the brightest, then we've got a bigger problem than just the budget. Speaker Block on the administration to suspend any further salary increases for cabinet level officials. He calls on the administration to suspend any further salary increases until measurable improvements in government service and fiscal responsibility are demonstrated. He said, we don't begrudge fair compensation, but what we do demand is accountability. Our people deserve results, not excuses. For another dollar spent on public salaries, our only public hospital has adequate supplies, and our agencies can serve the public with dignity and efficiency. So we put the government out there. And see on that while we take this break here. 2:59 in the afternoon, like I said, on the other side, we're going to be hanging out with Pat Paris, who is the general manager over at Subway. And so we've got some new sponsors that I'd like to talk about and maybe try in the very near future, right? So that's what's up right after these. It's CBS News updated report. And then who are we hearing from? Lisa? The two producers back in. Lisa, is it going to be you giving us the
Okay, got it. So that's coming up at 3 o'clock on the dot. Please email my fan and get it over.
President Francis claims are moving forward for a meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. He said in a social media post that would be followed by a three-way meeting he was boring. The developments come after Zelensky and representatives of the EU met with Trump at the White House. Former CBS News Moscow bureau chief Beth Noble offers analysis. The participants will frame the Ukrainian position and will focus on moves that the U.S. along with Europe to provide security guarantees to Ukraine to quickly make sure it won't get attacked by multiple bombs in Ukraine's side. Yes, I don't know if we get involved in guaranteeing Ukraine's security, as the Russian President makes clear shortcut and said he was nothing willing to take over. Hamas has signed off on a new proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza. Israel still has to approve it, according to Palestine reports from Jerusalem. But Israel is still making plans to sweep over Gaza City. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that this proves that Hamas is under tremendous pressure, and that's why they accepted the deal. The effects of Hurricane Aaron off the coast could bring dangerous conditions. This morning has canceled evacuation in North Carolina and Outer Banks. Mike Brennan directs the National Hurricane Center.
Widespread dangerous surf and wind currents along most of the U.S. East Coast beginning tomorrow, ranging from Florida up to southern New England.
ICE is on recruitment drive offering $50,000 signing bonuses. The Trump administration is looking to build more detention facilities nationwide. The city of Christina Montoya Douglas reports the location south of the lake to states like Nebraska and other Republican legislators to London facilities to turn them into increasing detention centers, importantly with a function of also trying to turn military bases into increasing detention centers. States or buildings may be qualified to the total credit.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission has issued an urgent safety warning that says that serving on Dover is known as the safe word. There is a serious risk of choking and death to young children. The agency says the fate is a so big as galloping with small keychains can fit in small cars, mouths, and block your airway. Some of the knockoffs are so primitive that they can break into small pieces that children can insert in their mouths. The CPSC is warning people not to buy the fakes and to immediately stop using any of the fake ones if they own them. That type of CBS News.
We are also limited editions of the news can sell for hundreds or even thousands of dollars. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit progressive.com today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will start by collecting, settling, and delinquent tax problems and even reduce the fee by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline and keep it tax free to see if you qualify or for information. 5-800-319-3687. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify or to get this important free information, call 800-319-3687. 800-319-3687. 800-319-3687. They're ready for new rules as they're heading to some destinations in Europe. More rules have been put in place in different travel regions to ensure choice behavior. Authorities in the country, which receive a huge amount of foreign visitors every year, feel everyone should maintain a personal record. So many have decided that they will rain the nation's outside beaches, or screaming in towns without a cover-up, and no driving in flip-flops. As adequate treatment is required. Those workers making the rules will face money in fines. City of Mississippi, CBS News, World. The Federal Trade Commission filed suit against the ticket maker accusing the company of using illegal methods to exceed ticket limits and then reselling them. included dinner crust carrot pork. What do you got? CBS News. Good afternoon. It is 3:05 p.m. That is your time check on the Brightside on Wave 105.1 FM. You're experiencing Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Bar and Bar, Actually's Marianas Business and Memories happening here. Coastal Guam, learn Florida Island's first wedding website. Your future is packages with us at Coastal Guam. VCA, we start with you. Marco Pants is open with us running in all locations. Please follow the Instagram at Marco Pants 671 and Marco Pants 8 on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. National Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence in detective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, what's coming fast? Are you ready? For your local family and silicone roofing, and the North Atlantic toughest weather. From David from the Planning and Pizza for Matters today, and Sherwin-Williams. Subway, e-track, and just a people. Online at www.com to take about your convenience, or also delivery right on your doorstep. Online ordering at www.com is how about good to go. We deliver at Subway without a need for us to be from. Now, that's all for your regular topic is right here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 16 as we are going to the intersection near the Guam and South and Dagon Heights. Traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam and come back into one closure. Only the right lane is open, so if you want to talk for that in town accordingly. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Hungarian going to the intersection near Virginia Library. Slow traffic on Route 1 is coming from the north and southbound to the intersection near the Brown Authority High School. And now for the traffic advisory for the week, the DPW EKCP will be preparing Route 4 finally for Bell Tower 201 starting for paving between 9 and 3 p.m. There will be information for students and student scheduled for the following week. The DPW asked models the police station was awesome, and the traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your local traffic report here on the Brightside. The reason of the infrastructure is by that also hosts what they do. They do not need to be able to get the building communities to the management and with one of our competitors, you don't get to know that. As we start to evolve today, after a deep report, the government and the office of conversation the family to where one part of the and the ground education.
Alright, welcome back. We're going to come right here on Wave 105. Blue the Marcus. It's Tuesday, 3:09 in the afternoon. And check out our YouTube channel. You'll see our guest in studio, Tom Perry, the Director of Operations with Subway Appreciation. So we can learn more about this limited time offer on some new hot honey sauces. We got two, right? Hot honey chicken and hot honey pepperoni. Yeah. Okay. I need more of that in my diet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
you go. I like what they're doing now where it's already it's built into the menu. And so like I was sharing with you when you came in during the break was like you literally could just point at the number or tell the Subway artist that you want a hot honey pepperoni and then just slide all the way to the cash register and start paying for it and then they're building your Subway sandwich. You get your cookies, you get your drink, and then you're out. In the perfect world, that's how yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Mm. Sure. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what I would do during my lunch break. Because it would just streamline things. Like, I only have an hour lunch break, and so let's do that. And then maybe later on at night, I'm just like, oh, actually, I do want some banana chicken. What is it limited edition? Is it just something you... Oh, okay, yeah. Mm. Yeah. Really? Wow. Yeah. I feel like you learn that from your customers. Because I think my kids will do that. Like, put the burrito and just put milk on it. Okay. That's the way my marriage is supposed to be. Switch it up to keep things. Everything is definitely doing that, man. So, what makes these Subway hot honey sauces different from the other hot honey sauces in the market? Okay. Right. Okay, yeah. Yeah. All right. Right. Yeah. Okay. Right. There you go. What if I want it on turkey then? Yeah. Okay. Right. Right. Yeah. Why? Did you put it in one of those sauces? Or did you put it in some sort of sauce? Yes. Some customers, including myself, I can get really picky. Because sometimes I want things off to the side. Yeah? Mm. Perfect. I saw something that was pretty cool. I don't know if you've seen the top 5 fast food meals cheaper than food at home. Subway is number one on this list. I don't know if you've seen it. Yeah, so the Subway's meal of the day is number one. Yeah, this is nationwide, right? So they really like the Subway meal of the day that's $9.99. And the number one fast food meal that's cheaper than what you can make at home is the Subway meal of the day. Yeah, and so I saw this article, I'm like, I'm feeding this patent that's in here. But yeah, yep, number one on the top 5 fast food meals. And like you said, I'm not going to say 5, 4, 3, 2 because it's your day. It's your hour right here. But they name 5 value meals, right, from different fast food chains, and Subway comes out number one. Yeah, yeah. And so this one came from iSpot.com. And so, yeah. I was looking at him like, oh, who's going to be number one? And there was the Subway meal of the day. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's hard. I'll be honest with you. It is hard to find something that's $10. You know what I'm saying? You know. So everybody's looking for, you know, the best bang for their buck. You know. Yeah. 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 And so we could still find that though. I mean, obviously it might be in a what do you call it, a 6-inch and whatnot. But we could still get a lunch or a fix of Subway for decent prices, right? Because you guys have a number of options, and now you've got 2 more options with the hot honey chicken and the hot honey pepperoni. Yeah. Yeah. It is. It is. Yeah. Extra. Yeah. There you go. No. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you guys are in so many convenient areas, right? So just down the street from the DMV, that's where I like to go. At the mobile gas station, you got the Subway. You've been partnering up with mobile places. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Heck yeah. On the sandwich day, I went to, because I was not going to San Francisco. I was not. And so we went to the mobile off of Route 1 at Airport Road. And as soon as we walked in, nobody, and then 3 people behind us also took advantage of the deal for sandwich day. Yeah. You know? Yeah. Man, podcast guy. I think I'm going to jump in there talking about it. Yeah. Yeah. So how long do we have? You said this has been around for about a month? About a month. Okay. Okay. And it's available to order or dine in all 14. You only get 14 of them. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah. So, SubwayPacific.com. That's where you can order that one. You guys get a whole lot of patterns, I imagine. All of these meetings, office meetings, and whatnot, right? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Really? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Where do you think a 6-foot long? Okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, thanks, Pat. I really appreciate you always making time for us to come in here and share all the exciting products that Subway has. And as you mentioned, it's been out for quite some time, but it is only for limited time. The hot honey pepperoni, the hot honey chicken, it's already set up exactly like we were mentioning earlier. That you can, if you're pressed for time, you can literally just the sandwich artist, right? That you just want a hot honey chicken and then slide right over, pay for it, and they'll work on your sandwich and wrap it up, and then you're out the door. But if you want to customize it like people are used to, then you can do that too. And you can also use these honey sauces on any of the sandwiches. There you go. So if you go to any of the Subways and somebody tries to tell you differently, you say, no, parents told me I could put it on the sandwich, I could put it on my cookie. That's what it said. All right. I appreciate you. Is there anything else that you wanted to say? No. Yeah. You're done. 2:20 in the afternoon. So you got us? We're just going to take a break sooner than later, yeah?
Then on the other side, we've got some more releases from a number of stations that are partnering with that we're hearing over on Wave 105.
CBS is working on a meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky after meeting with Zelensky the week before. Zelensky did not come to the meeting alone. Former CBS News Moscow bureau chief has now declared maintaining with the leaders of Southern European nations, NATO and the European Commission, for us to join the talk to make sure that any peace deal would not be right-sidedly in Russia's favor. Hurricane Aaron may not be in the U.S., but it could show home in fact, estimates meteorologist David Turkinson. The biggest option that goes is going to be rain and coastal erosion as well as rip currents. Where the rip current is from Miami all the way up to New England this week, thanks to Hurricane Aaron. CBS News Brief, I'm Wendy Perez.
A major AI company prohibited job seekers from using AI in their applications. Israel changed its policy. On Jeff Clover, the Fortune magazine, with the Fortune Business Update, the company Anthropic and its AI chatbot is called Claude. Like some other companies, it prohibited job applicants from using AI to refine their resumes, cover letters, and applications. But now the company says it uses Claude every day. In fact, it uses Claude to create job descriptions, improve interview questions, and manage candidate communication. So the company can get it done to fair that candidates can use such tools too. But only up to a point. Job seekers still can't use AI when given problems to solve or being interviewed. And with AI improving by the week, don't be surprised if the rules of Anthropic and Anthropic change again before long. I'm back there. Very common with this story. This is finance. One of the school, if they come back to most of the things that it's social, you can put it with a unit maybe. And much more than just the latest monthly products. For example, the unit which is in this course of the unused and non-community is for lifetime unlimited communication, and that thousands of dedicated discount servers now could refute and learning classes different topics. Even though the switch started over 5 years ago, more than 150 million users have now benefited from the platform's versatility. And more join as the ongoing agricultural platforms and the continue on their own. So who knows? Maybe next platform for Discord service will be yours. Check out the link of Discord at discord.com. Or Starbucks. And now go to Force. Maybe I'll see you. Pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 grams of fentanyl equivalent to 2 grams of salt to be lethal. These pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone for anyone. This is about the danger of misusing prescription drugs, and the lethal danger of pharmaceutical drugs is essential. Stay informed, stay safe, one pill can kill.
Yes, I came to enjoy the traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on R16 heading to the intersection near the Guam and Brightside from Delgado Heights. Traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to rain closure. But if you're headed that way, please want to look out for that. Accordingly, this alternate route is needed. Slow traffic on that one coming if you're in the north or southbound to the intersection. That is the Route 14. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. The DPW HMC will be asked heading from the north. That's coming on Route 1 from Alex Collide. Local services running on the 3 p.m. The DPW asked motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for stop and pass signs on the road crews. And that is your radio traffic report here on the Brightside. The building cleaning instructions for our very unsecured that you comment. Would you know that the area for the use of women in the store the management of this website is found in the media or any other as you start to go first, the company is taking countries to operate to the activity of the company. The terminate to do on-site activities to move volume for the security.
Right here on 128 in the afternoon. 671-922-1051-1052. Checking in with the budget section on Parks and Rec. So let me see here. When I look at the youth and recreation, what's appropriated here? $4.9 million. Almost $4,936,519 for DPR. Let's see. I also got the update from Williamton Society. I'm getting more information here. Okay. Williamton Society, the administrative CEO of Geomakers, confirmed there was an electrical fire, but it's on the 4th floor. This is the 4th floor of the pediatrics unit. They needed to clear and evacuate patients to another nearby area on the 4th floor. They also suspended visitation for safety reasons. And so that confirmation, there was an electrical fire, but it was on the 4th floor of the pediatrics unit. They cleared it and evacuated patients to another area still on the 4th floor. And they have suspended visitation for safety reasons. Steve's on the line. How can I Steve? Steve, you're on the air. Okay. Good afternoon.
I was waiting for the first part of the posting the rest of the people and I advise them they should finish the budget first so that we can find out exactly what national stuff are we still attached. And guess what they're doing right now? They're backing up, they're going to have and now they're looking for money. They're even finding ways to justify filed the freezing of the rainy day fund so that they could use the $19 million or rather there was a very high with the bill for the rainy day fund. But I know people asking the senators that they will do the rainy day fund was supplemental response in 2010. And they started contributing the rainy day fund all the way from 2012 all the way to last year and about $120 million last year. And the time I asked them, so they said, we're going to $60 million. Yeah, $60 million back. They're allowed to meet the thresholds but then before it's suspended. So this is starting this $19 million that's going to be used to offset the fuel of that. If you're watching the Central Partition introduced a fuel World Bank of the people.
It was a tax-tiered system.
Yeah, $500 to $1 million. They were interest on the dollar. It will benefit more of the small business owners. And then from $1 million to $50 million is 4%. And then from $50 million and above is 6%. The majority is something like that. And, I'm only Filipino and my English language for the living is that I'll see for the training fund. So I decided to buy this for $50 million and above businesses. But, it's just not essential. And I think I suggest whoever has the time to introduce that as a bill so that they can have pretty much export the connected export program that the one will be defeated this position only for next year. $40 million this year, $40 million next year.
It'll be 80 by next year because they're going to roll it back to 1%.
Oh, yeah, okay. So $120 million doesn't be short. They're not, after I testified before, they're not taking consideration the contract out. Now, I found out last night that there's $6,000 tax rate for seniors, 65 and above, that makes it $150,000. Out of the big beautiful bill, and the government expires in 2028. So they have to take a look at what's going to be the commercial program cost and the increase of the child tax credits from $1,600 to $2,400. I'll put better things down because he was the one that actually put me in the front at one point when the 40% increase from our first one was introduced. It was grabbing from the King Rooms. So we see, come up here and have to thank all the senators that testified and supported the 40% for all increasement in Houston. So, starting from there, so I can talk to the senators like my friends. I don't have to be scared about how I feel.
Right.
I don't have to step back a little bit because I was still in the public service.
Well, now you're a Canada, so now you can even be more effective, right?
Every time I open, I do some things. You start from pulling it out of the
right.
backing up with black and white.
Right.
Pretty much. And now I can pretty much say anything I want.
Right.
So I start with the back and black and white. And one of the things that last night I stayed up watching the news and about the room.
Okay.
One of the $35 million that was identified in fiscal year 2022.
Yes, the phantom money.
Yeah.
The phantom money.
We keep bringing it up to them before. So what happened to this? Why are you allowing appropriate $35 million for the healthcare center? If you look at the law, the legislative intent, it states that only upon it was awarded, it's supposed to be for enriched payment of $35 million a year for 40 years. It can be extended to more than 30 years if they don't pay tax in 30 years, but I will not be around after the 30 years. I'm saying so that there's nothing there. So what happened to this? What happened to some of the senators were part of that practice when they passed the law and
and that's what I wanted to play too. I mean, we played it. That was the whole reason why I played what Steve Guerrero had said. I mean, it doesn't matter who voted and who was against. Whoever was the legislature, the body moved that
budget bill for? The entire bag here.
Yeah, they know exactly what that $35 million was for. They also get the $5 million for DOC
Yes. Yes.
If you look at the bills of the budget bill, nothing else was approved. That's why, and then they touched it last year.
They did. 1 million. They moved 1 million. So I was glad to do 2 deals to 4 operations.
The one who was the $35 million, according to them, the fruit meeting, but there's no money to it. And actually, the way I see it, as my market of the good, if you pay $35 million, if you don't spend that, it's a benefit, you can put that as your surplus. Because you have to spend. So talking about the surpluses, a lot of the businesses, a lot of the people forgot that central banks and institutions do it. They give us a factory the GPA rebates.
It wasn't just them, though. It wasn't just them. Senator Justin Augustine was behind one of those. Senator Teresa Lyle was behind it. That's what we're talking about as the last one to do.
Yeah, I think for that, right? But people tend to forget that some of the money was given back to people.
Every ratepayer. Not just for more people, every ratepayer. So even businesses got this energy credit.
Yeah, we remember during the time when we testified, I was the only one that was and kind of feel out of places most of the people were business. And none of them mentioned about rolling back the prices and just repeating way back. Remember, I was still in the government's problem when the top office was about to be implemented, and they feared that's going to be $15 million as well for the cost. So there was a capital failures. There was a capital failure which we had to test my guys. But the formula, last 1 year, was run out. That whole thing was averted because the BPT was loose. Nobody complained that the BPT was loose. From the year after 2018, 7 years later, it was amended. During the budget loss. It was extended until the last time the sunset suggestion was removed. So there's no explanation to it. The reason why a lot of people did not really was not bothered about the BPT because it passed down the cost to us, the taxpayers, and the consumers. None of them were stated during the public hearing that they were going to roll back their prices. None of them. So are they going to be able to roll back at least 0.5%, whatever they go to, when this bill is passed? But I'm not sure the government will allow anything to do the BPT acquisition. And I think it's just going to go forward. But one thing about Pauly, sir, I brought up to the senators about public law 35-125, right? That's the number attached to the fiscal year 2045, the budget. And on the page, if you look at the cover page number 4, when it was signed, was assigned with public law 35-125. But if you look at the cover page of the PDF and the PDF, it shows 37-125. So I brought up to the attention of the several senators that you guys need to amend the law to start it out. About 37-125, plus if you keep reference and references to 125, that's a third-fifth less basic public law. And the document, the official document, all you have to do is amend that, strike it out, put down the wrong number, just write the number that was assigned, and that official document that was rejected by the legislature. I looked at the DMR last time, and the budget law is still the same, 35-125. So if we keep referencing fiscal year 2025, it's going to be in conflict with another public law 35-125. I'm just very personal. This thing that the technicality and the personal about the service is I think it's like the amendment. And the legislation show. We'll take a look at it and see what we can do to amend it. With the final official amendment, we discuss it out. We're going to pay 125. And we load it back up to the amendment. That's why I take a look at the budget law. That's when I found out that within the factory, rainy day fund is potential fund. And it's going to answer why I'm not actually within the rainy day fund.
I thought they did already.
The number that they're floating around is the number that was justified then for suspending the contribution to the revenue fund as it was by law. Which is very clear. 10% of the last 3 years total budget of the government. So, the $90 million for the government. So, I mean, that's a very big number pressure.
Yeah, especially with the, what do you call them? The amendment from Senator Dennis Augustine makes it whole. Just recently, right? The amendment.
Yeah, spending it to making $1 million. But what happened to the remaining amount that was used? Because you know, the rainy day fund was only supposed to be used during the winter season.
Yeah.
To pay down the deficit. And to legislature. And to my understanding,
you can't pull down deficit with the rainy day fund.
Yeah, no, it's in the law. It's in the law. Pay down the deficit.
Okay. Actually, I remember them saying they can't use it for operations. I think that's what I heard them saying. Can't use it for operations.
Separate from the general fund, if you look at it, the director of the fund administration has to control that. It's supposed to be given to the retirement fund to be invested. So, I just want to say, I'm not retiring. If we're wishing to boost up what money that we have in our accounts, that we can borrow more money, so good. I mean, just let us know how much left in the rainy day fund. But the $35 million, okay, senators have access to, I believe, to invest $400. They know exactly what money goes in and out for review, if I'm not mistaken. Most of all the senators are part of committees. Why are they blaming one person for the failure of this? Do you have oversight of these committees? Why can't they do their job and make sure that the agency they report on it are actually performing based on what they were supposed to be doing? And, the government legislature, that's one position that they have, the Suriname. If you look at the Pauly Suba and the government. Suriname is pretty much similar to the Belgium. You can just go in and check a sheet for anything. I can tell you about that. But that has not been filled by the government legislature. That was one of the key tools that we can actually go in and inspect industry.
Isn't that like a form of micromanaging them?
Yeah, but it's a mess. Isn't it? Unless if you're the one that mentioned that this the legislature is supposed to go down and identify the law that we need to improve. Right? If we're not looking at the right to run the rules and regulations.
Yeah, and I think that's also something that they're looking into themselves, but as far as like going in and saying, I don't like the way you're running this operation, we need to put that.
It's a new law, and you can read it. If it's not doable, then we do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you think it's a micromanagement, the board is the same thing, right? Similar to that. If it's not working, then a little bit. Whether there's also other lobbying for that voice to be left this moment. Not a lot of time. We call it the public safety construction facility, not the production of it. That's a plan where we're trying to build headquarters and local DOC, GFD, customs, and the Department of Land. That's a plan. Same thing as the law that established the plan to build the 21st century Northwest Center of Excellence after 2022. That's a plan by itself. You can't say something that looks like option that has to do the school. There's some considering about data is supposed to be overseen here. And other things because of Obama or something like that.
I think it all comes down, I mean, you really think about it, it all comes down to priorities. What is the priority of this administration?
No, it's not. I said this administration. The priority is Every station it includes the sensors because those are the creative houses.
Sure.
If you look at it this way, they will feel the fireworks, yeah?
Yeah.
But they pass the silent street, which relates to real folks.
Mm-hmm.
They say the government will do that twice. Right? A social area in position one time, and then central Pakistan usages it. They call it the Health Protection Act of 2022, and the whole 236 legislature.
Yeah.
Government vetoed it with a measure that is to change by the public safety.
You've used suppressor before, right? You've used a suppressor before, and it's pretty. There's a huge difference in the sound, but you can still hear it. It's not a little bit. It's not a. It's still a bang bang.
It's not just the person who look at the law. It's also that any devices that are detecting the sound of that fire. People are just going to crazy because
it's going to be a potato, though.
Well, that's true, yes. So that's the question, the law that they remove. I don't know it's better that you use it to regulate it.
Yeah, that's regulated. And so it's not. And it also can't be, you can't change its function either. You can't mess with it. You can't.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what,
it has to be market. It has to be stopped. The suppressor that you use legally has to be stopped. You can't MacGyver it. You can't.
No, our old law, and I was saying that chapter 60, if I'm not mistaken, we identify the suppressors or any sensor, right? Or any devices that fix the sound of the fire. So, that all devices is a pass off. It's a purpose stuff. So they can use a pillow. So that covers the devices that will definitely crack.
I just don't see it like that. I just don't see somebody walking around at a gun range, firing range with a pillow and saying, "This is on going. This is like you can put a fire on."
The fire-based search is misleading. This is to combat a click-based legislation. Legislation Act of 2022. How am I going to protect my hearing when I how am I going to protect my hearing using a dinosaur can I put them in my ears?
You're still going to use the earplugs.
Earplugs, yes. When you go to the roads, they will purchase fire with anybody's machine
right.
or form of what we call a EPU, personal protection equipment.
Right.
Right? Earplugs, earmuffs, eyewear, and all that.
Yeah.
So the thing that they will try to create to the hearing of the donors. I'm a gun owner. I know how to protect my own hearing. I don't need a pharmacist to protect my hearing. Well, you know what I'm saying? I'm just aware about the actual pharmacy. When I was on the patrol, this thing that they call fire rebars that they use as a little they put it in a street car. When I was in patrol, I told my boss when we strike to some places, go against the resident from street staff clean an area that was going to be Brightside August like this kind of reverse or something like that. It's the same thing.
Steve, I understand your point. I respect it. I totally get what you're talking about. You want to make sure the entire community is safe. But you did bring up something that I want to kind of walk back, right? So you were mentioning 32-hour work days and whatnot. There was concern about funding within the whole government of Guam. During those days, if I remember, even my dad was talking about the overtime that was owed to him and other officers, and they were just banking it, and they weren't getting paid their overtime. That's not an issue today, right? Overtime is not, but it's not as bad as before. Right? But they're paying the overtime today, right? Compared to before. Yeah. No, but
wasn't it even like 6 to 8 months? Wasn't it even like a year before?
Yes, before you know what, Pauly? It took somebody to take it to court. And to go to the Department of Labor.
Right.
The same thing with the income tax refunds. So 5 people from Guam, the government went to the Supreme, and the District of Guam went all the way to the Supreme Court, for the timely payment of the tax refunds. It's not now, you cannot say it's just like a financial announcement. No, it's not, because it's court mandated. If you look at the budget law, there's provision for tax refunds. It's taken out from the general fund of government, but those stuff can be left with the beginning inside Title 5. That states about income tax refund act. It's about 2 laws that deal with income tax refund. So, if they are making from that income tax refund, they take out and go back and use to pay for the income taxes. Another than only income tax credit we're supposed to be getting, but based on what I've got, it's based on the reimbursement next year. The same thing of FEMA. Right? When something happens, the agency will spend the money, their own budget, everything goes apart, and then they submit it for reimbursement. You have to wait, and depending on what the federal government will give down, 100% reimbursement, 95%, 40%, but that's the whole thing. If you get lucky, you get the whole thing.
If you're lucky, you get 90%.
But the whole money does not go back to the agency. The reimbursement after a year, 2 years later, it goes back into the, we call it before, the black hole, which is the general fund. It does not go straight to the agency that spend the money. They have to use their money for that, and then they reimburse as much as possible. If you don't any government has the tax credit for it, if you don't have a budget go around, they're not 50% tax credit for it.
So this budget passes from at 50%. 50
to 15. 15% the highest. That's for authority. But, it's in watching the budget hearing, I'm glad that they kind of behave a little bit. It's a council was bringing a point about legality and some issues. Listen to it. You don't just cut them off. Central July has brought up a lot of big stuff.
Oh, yes.
And it's hard to argue with an attorney. I was saying to my friends before, if you cannot take the heat in the kitchen, you let me move the heat, but why not kitchen yourself? That's why they did. They tell me, look, the heat was. So that's why I brought up some good points. Concern about the legality of the process. And it's an attorney. And that process knows what this is talking about. And it's just a formal Speaker of the House. Speaker of the Government Station. But I'm only
the 36 and the 37 for the Speaker.
Yeah.
That's why I saw something more than 15%.
The territory I was with something before in the middle of this when Asian economic crisis happened. And with the DPC being rolled back, it's going to have a financial effect. That might happen again. Korea might happen. And people, the influence might happen. So all this kind of satisfying the need for the selectivity will affect big time, and it's going to be a bigger ripple effect on the commercial status of them. Let me say that they're bloating our budget, but the pay raises were given to government employees, but if we were to take a look at the specific economic cycle, if you give me a raise and then I'm a certain income bracket, then my pay raise will go up to a higher bracket. It means I pay no taxes. It goes back to
now you got me testing myself. So this substitute budget bill authorizes the Megahogan Law and authorized transfer to 50%, 50, for fiscal year 2026.
Yeah, I know it's like that.
Everything you were saying is until you got to that point, I'm like, we're all starting differently.
I'm saying, you know, the feeling that was there, right?
Forget everything you said, Steve.
So, an agency has a $100 million budget, so 50% of that, which is $50 is frozen until
to be fair, executive branch appropriations, right?
Yeah, I mean, but we also need to give credit to Edward Burns.
Sure. There's no S at the end. Everybody is calling him Burns. It's not Burns. It's Burns. Lester Carlson, yeah.
He came from the last administration.
Yes.
One reason why they were kept on board because they know what they're doing.
The best in the business. Because they're the best in the business. The best in the business. Well, if they're using the same people, I would put Ed Byrne and Lester Carlson in there because the Republican administration and Cowboys administration had those two individuals. So if we're trying to identify who the best and the brightest is, well, I would put those two people in there. If two different administrations have hired them, Governor Lee Alvarado, a Democrat, understood, let me go get the best and the brightest, and it's those two. Who else?
They should think
Hafa is another one that was on Alvarez administration. Right. I didn't think we would get those.
national wise, and those are the key people that will help run the government and will figure out exactly what money that they put into to be prepared to go around. They're the ones that we consult before there's money in the account before they spend something.
Steve, I got 3 minutes. What else you got? Steve, I got 3 minutes.
No, it's just the balance approach.
Okay.
I just started today. Talk about the damage. I'm just not concerned about the damage. Give them a better place. The Guam legislature is supposed to be a place for the Guam Guidance Affairs. The Guam Office of Guidance Affairs go on. The Guam Office of Guidance Affairs. They don't have the next phase yet. Give them the money that they have. And ask for my family governments. The benefits are not automatic. You have to apply for it. You cannot depend on other people, the government to apply for their benefits. I don't apply for my benefits. My friends apply for their benefits. It takes a long enough process and it takes a lot of evidence for them to put to the view. And the view will screen where success the state that they have, and they'll give them whatever rating that they have. Well, if they get qualified, if they do, they can go into the country with appealing the system of the deal. You cannot pressure the federal government because the federal government is doing their best to help the governments. If they really want to care about the governments, we will find our government. Make them to a place where accessible to governments and have them give some of the better structure so that they can track the growth. Right now, we have the Belarus office in our region that can also help with the growth. So, in order for them to be helped, you have to help themselves first so that they can get the increased process. But we have a lot of Belarus that I know on the top level, they don't have that. That's the biggest thing that they have right now is a lot of them is just I don't have to learn.
But some will be told no, and then they say rejected, one or two again.
Yeah, but they can always appeal it, and they can go to the process. A lot of, and every university they have explains why they would know. Yeah. So expand more on that now, if you have more evidence, then the better off you are. When it's not, they can go to the doctors, and the doctors can provide that nexus letter to the things that they're doing. It's not automatic. It takes patience. I have a friend that did not wait. I was waiting until about 2 years ago to remind me of that time. And then when that person applied, guess what? He was overwhelming automatic 10%. They really care about the family, the results. We have to make that effort like that. We have to go back. Then because of the person, I thought this is very important. and if they're already been seen, the majority of the community, our community, affecting based on opinion, we're doing the best to have the capabilities. And I'm not complaining about this like a Pauly Suba. They have helped me, and they're trying their best, and they're trying their best to do their job as what they provide the same thing as any other jobs that we have. So that's a fabulous job, and I ask for fellow guys to do this.
Absolutely. I appreciate this, Steve.
So thank you, Victor, bro.
Absolutely.
And I thank you, God, for putting me in the spot to speak in front of the disciples of God. I'm the father speaking in front of them.
Let me know if there's anything else update us on the question, because I'm behind now, yeah?
Oh, no, I will focus on to take my blood pressure first.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'm going to take this break, Steve. Take care. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Absolutely. God bless you as well. 401 in the afternoon, we are TZUM-FM in Denver, Guam.
Moving towards the U.S. The Outer Banks of North Carolina are under black medicine. City and police meteorologist David Wilkinson. The good news is that it isn't forecast to make a landfall anywhere in North America. However, we will be seeing direct impacts from the current with large waves and potentially later loose tropical storm force winds in the coastal Carolina. Some Republican governors are sending national bad trips to Washington, D.C. after President Trump applied for his term.
So this is the indicator that allows for the deployment of out-of-state landfill debris are trying to get this on the ground in the states. In 2022, Jackson was predicted as one of the highest homicide rates in the nation.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky says he and European leaders had a private meeting with President Trump at the White House. Former CBS News mascot Bill Bishop noted on the next step. President Trump says the following White House meetings is well-ranging. A summit between Russian and Ukrainian President Zelensky has a productive steps. And he said after that, he broke up solid arrangements between and the Russian and Ukrainian leaders. Both the Russian and Ukrainian presidents have said they're willing to meet with or without President Trump. And some kind of when or where that meeting could happen. Talks have now resumed between Air Canada and the union representing more than 10,000 flight attendants who went on strike Saturday. They have refused to return to work despite a government order. CBS is telling Hanson on the ramifications of the strike.
730,000 passengers are traveling through Air Canada in any given day. This is a huge number of people who are being impacted. And, the report talks about no doubt will be seen for the days and weeks to come.
The airline operates 700 daily flights, including many in and out of the U.S. The CBS News analysis of consumer prices for some food staples like ground beef and white bread are up more than 40% compared to pecan and spices. Correspondent Andres Gutierrez reports on struggle to put food on the table from the food pantry in Las Vegas.
According to 2024 data, that Rolling Stone Southern Nevada residential food and fulfillment, not knowing where the next meal is coming from, and children in the region, 22% of food insecure, up from nearly 18% the year before.
This is CBS News.
People around the auto parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need first from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. You're listening to Weekday Radio, and the hero of all protection resource Chris Cooper. Here's Chris Miss something easy way to breakfast. Hey, we're going to put you and your family at Weekdays. Come on, where are you calling from? Well, you got some more. Well, you don't want to do anything. So we think our kids would say, come on, clear out your dirt, realign and figure it out and follow each other. America's number Promotions 20% off, 10% premium, long-term discount, one discount for workforce.
A statue at the Grand Canyon was rescued from a wildfire. A large likeness of a bull named Bright, who led pioneers to the Grand Canyon at the turn of the 20th century, has been moved from the North Rim after it was damaged in last month's wildfire. The 600-pound statue was greeting visitors at the Grand Canyon Lodge less than ear and 2 front legs. The National Park Service has showed a photo of Debbie being transported in the back of her pickup truck to the South Rim to see if it can be restored. Parties escapade that concluded interactions with President Theodore Roosevelt, which was in 1953-70. David Rodriguez, CBS News. A devastating July 4th floods are sobering families and families who found the living cemetery Texas. That's probably the best. It's confusing and exhausting. President Amber Noble says reporters are still and volunteers are disbanded. Ready for that. CBS News. Good afternoon, it is 4:11 attention on the Brightside on Wave 105.1 FM. Listening to Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online on our website at wave105.com or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 601-920-1051 or you can also phone us and comments on WhatsApp at 671-932-1051. Shout out to our sponsors over at Charleston Bar. All stories, no life, good food, and memories happen there. Postcode Guam, Warwick Road in Newport, Harmons First Tony Bookman. Your future is represented by us at Postcode Guam. GCA Windstar with you. Micropark is open over someone in the mall location. Make sure to follow the Instagram at Micropark 601 and Micropark 2 on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Flexible security solutions. Guam Premier providing a professional security services. Sherwin-Williams. The Western Seaside is the way that your roof is getting ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Don't hide away to get ready. Toting. Be smart, be prepared, and ace for Sherwin-Williams. Subway 2000 lets you your place. Order online at sellerpacific.com to pick up at your convenience. Or for delivery wherever it doorstep. Ordering at sellerpacific.com is how I get to go and deliver. At Subway, you can refresh to do so. Now it's time for your road traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Regarding if you are heading northbound in City into 15 near the Chief Patrol Park. Slow traffic on Route 1 going northbound City into section Mountain Route 14 near the Donut Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 if you are heading to the front into section near the fire station. Heavy traffic on Route 15 if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Road and Claxton Boulevard Heights. Traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard. Due to wind closure in the west, wind is open to be on the south and south, and accordingly will take alternate routes if needed. Slow traffic on Route 16 if you are heading to the intersection near the High McDonald's restaurant. And now for your traffic advisory for the week, the DPW contractor will continue grass cutting at the following locations between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. weather permitting. On Route 1 Record Drive to Millings-Under Energy Dome, Route 15 New Vigo, Route 3 SCS Gatineau, The DPWS noticed the increasing persons only alert the stocks and cash buyers found tools. That is your video swap because we're cool and the gun song wrapped around Guam August. Scheduled for folks today in archives by 24/7 auto. Or view their inventory on the website at guamautostyle.com. Guam Autostyle for 70 auto. The views and opinions expressed in this show are not Brightside August, not recommended. We do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the stock management or written representation from Pauly Suba or anybody else. To be sure to have all the question and answers and documents to participate in the investment. The comments are in Brightside August.
Welcome back to Brightside right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba. Blue by mouth is Tuesday. It's a little gloomy on Tuesday, so even though it's not bright outside, it's bright inside. Right here on Wave 105. 601-922-1051 is the number. We're also online, the Wave105.com, and our YouTube channel, the Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Earlier, the General Manager of Guam County Waste Authority sent me this little board here because we're talking with John Reid about some of the concerns now, knowing that the acting Governor Josh Nora signed the bill into law that would now mandate a universal trash ticket. This is what I do. Let me just read you a letter first. So the concerns, so these are like the concerns of the governor, I remember from the last weekend. Because Senator Sabina Perez did this before, and Governor Leon Rowe vetoed it. And I think it's 30, yeah. Establishing the Guam County Waste Authority on one connector. So there's a letter, this one though is from acting Governor John Snow, but it's the letter to Speaker Fantastic. And last year, I vetoed bill number 165-37. Because the bill didn't sufficiently protect the most vulnerable in our community, while I found its goals agreeable. Many of our Monaco and families living on foot sometimes express valid concerns that a mandatory collection service without proper support would have placed a heavy burden on their budget, already constrained by the cost of living. And that's what John was talking about too. But not necessarily Monaco, because those that are in the middle class, those that are just trying to get by every day. And so the governor of the time vetoed that bill. Christie says, acting governor, so he cannot support a law that not financial safeguards or a way to help those who cannot afford the new mandated service. I want to thank the 38th Guam Legislature and the Guam Solid Waste Authority for addressing those concerns with both serving those studies. And the version reflects thoughtful collaboration and includes several key provisions needed to make this policy fair and sustainable. It establishes a customer assistance program funded through legislative appropriations and outside subsidies, outlines exemptions for qualified households, and recommends lifeline rates pending Public Utilities Commission approval. These steps ensure that no one is left alone as we roll out this essential service. The bill will not curb illegal dumping, protect public health, and strengthen GSWA's ability to operate independently and efficiently. The bill also shows what good governance looks like, and the voices of our people responding to their needs and working together to build better solutions. Bill 30-38, we're moving closer to a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable goal. And so now, GSWA has already moved forward with requesting the PUC to increase their rates. And you can see the rates, the proposed rates going forward once the authorities went them, right? And they're going to ask that they move forward with the rate increase on August 28th before the PUC. But also, what I was like confirmed last time we spoke to him on the radio was that likely what will happen is things kind of stabilize. They will, if this bill becomes law, they will start to see lower rates. We could see that as early as 2027. In the bill, it says $22.50 for one of these beans by 2020. So there's this. So Mr. Smith was listening earlier, and he shared this as it relates to legal dumping. He shared with me a photo that was taken by an elected public official who had been contacted by one of their residents. The resident wanted help with the spouse and claimed a hardship. This was during Maui, during which GSWA picked up every resident for free and all transportations accepted waste for free. I remember this, and I took advantage of that. Yeah, absolutely, I did. We were there taking our trash to the transfer stations, and it was at no cost. Also, Guam offered free disposal of 8 disaster people. The public official implored GSWA to clean up this mess in this photo. I don't know when the date, because I guess that's not the point. The date and when is not necessarily the point. Because again, this was during Maui. But he shared a photo just as an example. So this is on the side of the road, or trash bags placed up on the side of the road. And so I would say this looks like a month's worth of trash, maybe even more. And so the public official implored GSWA to clean up this mess. Never thought of enforcement for this behavior. Now, I have heard the thought of increasing fees will make illegal dumping less. This was when it was free. And this waste was loaded on a vehicle, probably several trips, and with the full knowledge of an elected public official and zero consequence. So following existing Guam reasoning, 1150 for a cross cab is a lot more than nothing. Illegal dumping will continue, no matter the amount of the fee. To be a problem if credible enforcement is not existent in the mind of the dumper. And I totally understand where it's coming from. And so I was basically saying, well, if you're saying, if anybody is out there doing that by increasing fees for people that can't even afford these things, why just dump it illegally? So he's showing proof or evidence that when it was free, people were dumping it on the side of the road. While a public official even knew that they were doing it. And then this public official told GSWA, I'll pick up that trash for free. But I think when we're talking about illegal dumping, that's the part where I say we have to take ownership of our dealing. That we do need to have our eyes open when we do see vehicles suspiciously on the side of the road, moving some stuff around. At least take the license plate off. encourages you. I'm not saying go and confront the person. Because you just never know. I don't tell my kids to confront anybody. You just never know. And I'd rather have my kids come home to me than to confront somebody for doing something wrong. And so, I would say at least get the license plate. Drive a couple blocks and then call the police. Because we do gotta be able, we do have to call people out for doing terrible choices. At this point, I don't even know what to do to excuse people. But the excuse now cannot be that I have to dump myself in the jungle because I have no transportation to get the stuff over to the house on the way to Florida. And I cannot afford the $35 per day. And again, when talking to John, talking to anybody for that matter, I'm not going to tell you what to prioritize. Every family must prioritize. Prioritize is different. But I would also say, we all create stress. We all create stress. Some more than others. And I've seen some of the most responsible people that are doing way more sustainable things than I've ever done. And they prioritize it. And they're not even really good. And I'll be honest too. How many of us don't go to Guam Fire Department to get a burning permit? Yes. Yes, you gotta go get a burning permit from the Guam Fire Department. I don't think so. I don't think it can get you. I mean, you tell me. I don't live in Guam, so I don't know what the regulations are. That's something that I'll reach out to Guam. But I don't think, from my understanding, there's no burning right in Guam. Well, I'm not going to call you out. Okay. Do they burn in Guam? Yeah. Right. In the regular time. Put it in a trash bag. I'll be honest too. There's plenty of things that I could recycle. It goes in my trash bag. No one's telling me otherwise. Can I do better? Yeah, absolutely I can do better. I can separate my trash. I'm not. It's not in the jungle though. So at least you could do is just put it in the bin. That's what I'm saying. Can I separate? Absolutely I can. Am I? No, I'm not. I'll be honest on that part. But, I also don't want to. I'm not illegally dumping. That's what I will say. And I will also say, can we do better? Yes. Should we be going to get a burning permit every time we burn? Yes. Do we? I wake up at 4 in the morning and I know plenty of my neighbors are burning, but at least we're getting a little trash in that form of traffic. You're not even supposed to, and this is something that I also can do better at, you're not even supposed to create green waste. You're supposed to dispose of green waste properly, too. So, for me, I'm taking it further away from my house and I'm throwing the palm fronds that start off my coconut tree into a sun section. That's also non-aligned. But for me, I'm like, that palm frond is going to go right into it's going to degrade itself, right? It's going to become nothing in a couple of months, maybe a year or 1 year. But I'm not creating mounds like green waste either. And we were disposing of green waste after the Typhoon when there was a lot of it. But I think simply we can put out trash, whether it can be recycled or not, in the trash bin, and it can go to landfills. That is better than in the jungle. Let's see here. 4:26 in the afternoon. Is there anything else that I might have missed that you're... Oh, yeah. Well, we can play that. Yeah, we might as well play this video. This is what got my attention. About 5 minutes long. Yeah, this will take us to the bottom. This is studying well focused in wanting to use Department of Agriculture to improve the natural environment as a potential new tourist attraction, which is kind of it's relevant to the tourism discussion that we're going to have a little bit later on with the president of the Guam Business Journal, and so we'll play this now. Again, this is maybe an hour ago, Senator Will Parkinson when we were talking about Department of Agriculture. And so I guess it is all relevant when we're talking about green rates and whatnot.
But I do want to talk a little bit about maybe roles in the Department of Agriculture that we have not really thought about because maybe the concept about the U.S. considered in the Department of Agriculture. I see that twice in one of my previous roles before we got into the law. I worked for the Department of Agriculture on the federal level as well as on the private side for some years. When I felt the job was quite a lot here, other things we were moving things like reforestation projects, ceremonies, and other services and things that they don't really go out. When I think about something that Brown needs is actually things to do. Work activity, recreational activity. I think that there's a real opportunity for that if we potentially look at the Department of Agriculture as a potential circular or curriculum way with Black businesses. I can come from a part of the world that I went to college where Black houses like something like interesting and sort of from all over during the really nice weather of the season to come experience what could explore the wilderness of yoga. And so Guam has some real opportunities to take advantage of that. When we think about stuff where you are in Christ, you have technically as a homeowner whether you develop large portions of your house or not, if the will of the people is to not develop certain areas and keep them together about something that is take over for future generations, then it's a reason to be preserving them, preserving some of the terrain, some of the areas and keeping them apart, and have those more things that we can tackle are local food and country. Because,
people are trying to all kinds of things. Trying to get away. And we have to acknowledge the change in demographics of our kids. Once upon a time, it used to be actively diverse, but it was mentally good. And now we're kind of going into the baby town model where people are expected to have a nice small houses to respect them. And we are trying to resolve that. One of the key areas we want to have a lot to do. So I think that one of the real opportunities for the development of an active workforce playing a part on the rebuild of a survey. And so when we have the opportunity to keep this kind of stability for months, I think we can look into it. I think that we can look at expanding the wide pilot program so that we can see extensive cases by that time that we may potentially regional or national resources. We were to have such a program that local islands can come together that we bring to help build new benefits. There's a lot of opportunity and consumption with the part of the water system. I'm not saying we need to do it now, but I'm more hard to think about it as a part of the important environment of the land and let's figure out how we can leverage some of the unique advantages of the water, particularly the community of the agency that we went out on. With a number of programs, with a little bit of maintenance, with a little bit of overfreeze and funding, I think we can make some of the things that look like exceptional even better. Thank you.
All right. So I agree on a number of things, right? With what Will Parkinson said, especially when it comes to some of our hiking trails. Correct me if I'm wrong, they already do some of those, they try to make it easier for people to get up and down ski lift trails. Right? So, have you gone to ski lift lately? Ski lift fast? No. No? Have you been to ski lift? Oh, yes, but I still want to do like, I stepped out on the mountain. You do? And you know, the man seems like I was an elementary. Where'd you go? The memorial in South Africa? And it's really heavy. Yeah. And it's not like an animals. It's anything more like a warning. So I kind of got in with him. And you were the only ones there? No, I was there with my wife. Right. Yeah. But nobody else was there. No, I'm just playing and I think like, I don't know, even if it's all, I just kind of, I took out my son and he was it makes me emotional. There's a number of the memorials too, similar to that one, right? The one in Cuba, Nicaragua, where the National Weather Service is. The building is on your left-hand side. I think it's something that they're doing with I've never seen the cave, but yeah, there is one. Okay. I've never been to the cave, but there's the memorial there. Obviously, there's the one in Lima that is right by the side of the road. The one in London is a very special place, right? And there's as soon as you enter the road, you can just feel it. Looking from Victoria Road, you drive right up to the memorial. Yeah, it's just right there. So I'm not sure the project has never been, it's been a while for me. We have a rope and you can utilize the rope to get down. Yeah. And to be honest with you, I think it's the makers of this today. And so I would say do more of that for sure. Maybe even look into, I don't know, I'm concerned more, as long as DSP, as long as Guam Environmental Protection Agency is involved in developing some of these places, because to be honest with you, I would prefer that Study Bay just remains the same. Like you already know,
because everybody's using the same path over and over, right, to get down there. So I wouldn't develop it anymore. I know there's some kind of conversations about trying to develop it a little bit better so the kids can get down there a lot easier. Yeah. But there's nothing to. What I worry about is creating like steps and stairs and rails. I even worry about rails, to be honest. It takes away. I get the whole part of, you want easier access and safer access, but the natural beauty of it all, it will take away from that natural beauty. There's even, now we're talking about there's been conversations here and there that I listened to years ago. I don't know where they are in those discussions about doing that as well. And there's something that I don't know, I'm on that fence with the benefit and allows more visitors to be able to get to those areas. I'm willing to have those conversations. I don't know if I would agree 100% with it because I think if visitors really want to go to those areas, they know about it, they're aware of it, and that's the whole reason why they want to go hiking. They want to go to these trails and these hiking spots that, are either known already as easy access or a little bit more difficult without any restrictions. It's just kind of word of mouth, and then the hiking community does a really good job of sharing it as a hiking book as well. That is very popular that people kind of share that information. Movie sponsors, right? They get together every weekend, and so people are kind of understand that is a very welcoming group of people that do that. So I think what we could do, which is something that needs to be, is a start, is making like the sides of the road a little bit easier to cross and safer. Because it's stuck. That's like a work thing. One of the work experiences that I had was taking place from Marble Cave, and when we went up to our car, 4 cars were broken into. This was years ago. This was years ago. And so I know that this happens still, like cars on the cars, you got to be very careful. Single cars, I tell my daughter, not your car. Especially since it's down on girl, and this car, take a Jeep, right? Because there's no windows. People don't want to, take from your car or whatever. If you have a Jeep, there's no, if you have one of those off-roading Jeeps and it's on the side of it, you might just rummage through your center console without breaking a window. And even that, people will be like, well, I don't even leave my door open my go just because, why should we even have to do that? No one should be breaking into your car or looking through your stuff, rummaging through your stuff, regardless. But unfortunately, this is the reality. At 4:39 in the afternoon, we'll take our break. And then on the other side, there's a couple other things I didn't even touch on. The National Weather Service, I'll give you the update on Index 90W. And then there's finally the condition assessment report of the Manila Public Health Facility. So I was able to look at that earlier this morning, and so we'll open up that assessment report and share from the executive summary right here on May 1 of 5.
McDonald's. Join the group and book your career with them. McDonald's is hiring vertical hiring on Saturday, August 24th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Restaurants at McDonald's Permanent Restaurant. And now for your local headlines with the Marianas Business Journal is Pauly Suba.
like being business plan. And he was like, I am going to like what you try before this and for the time to come after. If you could never have gone for the one, I was like, I mean, the way that looks at people, the crazy is I know I need to get to the answer on something. None of the time that we're doing this, like, we don't celebrate the things we do. We're the one thing that we're doing, and we have to be very, very well understanding something and the whole thing is very responsibility. And it's big and significant when we really are doing something and we want to get to both sides of the other report and the direction of how we're making the basis. And I agree with you, Frank, on this and then those are the rules of this and and then I look at that for the case of the kind of true and this very first opening up and open up case market to market preparation this person, this will that person understand what makes us really. For an example, we have social media, we have just on both of the education projects, as well as opportunities, and some providers to school and according to the Business Journal, for the summer of the economy, and it's going to be a problem.
CBS News 34 will be back from Hurricane Aaron starting tomorrow along the East Coast. CBS News meteorologist David Hawkinson has reported we could see 40 to 59-mile wind gusts right on the coast, and then we could be seeing 12 to 16-foot winds way from shore. Washington, D.C. is a little slower after President Trump deployed National Guard troops there, according to CBS News' Scott McConnell.
Moving forward from last year, the movie starts reporting the states of down force in the air. From the low defenses of the Keystone, the Keystone was a part of that, and there were people who lived here who wanted to go out as much, but the federal law enforcement needed to go.
President Trump is optimistic after meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House.
We're going to try to get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can. And obviously, you and President Putin are going to watch that too.
CBS News 34 will be tonight.
Today's morning, the American conversation is all over the foreign or strong weak time. We want to move to the player. That's fine. We want to be able to move to the new house. Can I get the clock to them and wait one off?
Hafa Adai, what else are you going to say? Who is the boss? We want to talk about the football and talk about you know this, and we talk to you. It's not a good idea. If you're going to tell me that, we want to talk. We get them all questions. Now, let's move to your available traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on I-16 in the Delgado, to the intersection near the Guam Business Journal. The traffic is backed up all the way to the intersection near the Guam National Guard. Due to rain closure, all the right lane is open, so be on the lookout for that. While avoiding or two alternate routes, heavy traffic on Route 1 eastbound heading north and southbound to the intersection, and that leads to Route 14. Slow traffic on Route 1 and Delaware driving northbound to the intersection, that leads to Route 27. And now for your traffic advisories for your week. Anything stopping and rental activity will continue along Route 1 from Route 8 to Island on the beach tower in Hawaii from tomorrow Wednesday, August 20 to Friday, August 22. Work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Intermittent night closures in both directions are expected during work hours. Notice we don't support accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is the radio traffic authority on the Brightside August Guam Auto Style. Schedule association with Guam Auto Style.com 470 Auto. Or view the inventory on the website at GuamAutoStyle.com. Guam Auto Style 470 Auto. The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the company and others. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of the Great Western System, but it is neither of any of our partners. As we try to find false, actually existing content and document to participate in the conversation, please continue to read one side after another again.
Welcome back. Right over here on Wave 105. Also from Brightside is in from the Wave 105.com as well as your YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Growing. 671-922-1051 is the number. So let's have this executive summary, right, on the public health central clinic, right, the one in Manila. We've been waiting for this for a while. I think that's the whole reason why they moved to send Bill 12 and 21 back to committee. Senator Sister Murray was kind of hoping when they were debating on these bills, like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, that they would see this report. But it came out today, or at least it was shared with us today. It actually has a timestamp of July 18th. But it came out, and it was made public, right? The office of the governor sent it to media. And so in the executive summary, it talks about how the building was built in 1973 as a dual use. So when you talk about fallout shelters and whatnot, we have one. Because it's dual use, was public health, and a fallout shelter. The facility was unoccupied, the time all utilities disconnected, there means no power, no water, no telecommunications, no internet. They did a separate testing, and they did a concrete strength and checked with core sampling. They also did a hammer testing, and they found it was non-invasive. They did a roof inspection that required a DPW manual. They did not do a destructive test other than core sampling. General findings on the structure was that it's still sound, no major structural risk. However, when it comes to HVAC, electrical, plumbing, fire, and ADA, mostly obsolete, non-functional, or unsafe. When it comes to the architecture, the interior finishes were worn out. There are some moisture issues, and it's not ADA compliant. When it comes to the drainage, it's non-compliant with Guam EPA and EPA guidelines. And it gives us a cost estimate too. Renovations and repairs are $25 million. Renovation plus site improvement, $27.8 million. Demolition, if the government decides to demolish it, about $2.5 million. That's a start. There's something called a baseline for start from scratch scenario. In the executive summary, it states that the building is poor to fair overall, structurally okay, but the systems are fair. And then we'll need to decide between investing $27.8 million to rehabilitate or $2.5 million to demolish and then rebuild. Obviously, when you rebuild, you'll have to extend to the floor, right? But just to demolish and prepare the site for rebuild, $2.5 million. So what happened? It again shows what happened back in 2019. The Department of Public Health in the United States experienced an electrical fire on November 2019. As a result of the fire incident, DOD investigations have resulted in the discovery of electrical hazards inside the facility. GFD is going to issue a notice to cease operations pending resolution of hazards and necessary repairs. And so they basically closed the building. Since then, staff relocated, and the building has been declared unsafe. They did an independent study, right, with EXCO. So EXCO is the one that put out all of the information on the study, assessing estimate cost of repairs versus demolition. And so when you talk about their major findings on their structure, it's got good conditions with no cracks, falling, or major damage. There are some minor defects. You'll need some minor concrete repairs that are needed. Some of the problems right now, they're facing no exterior windows, there's poor lighting and ventilation. I mean, that's probably one of the also. They did that on purpose, right? It's a fallout structure also. The exterior and interior doors are deteriorated and have fallen, and that's why it's not ADA compliant. Flooring, walls, ceilings are damaged, worn out, mold in some areas. And the roof is severely degraded, ponding water, drainage, mold, and leaks. And so in order to fix that, I need a full replacement of the finishes, windows, doors, and a new roof system with proper slope and drainage. The elevator, old, possibly unsafe, not ADA compliant. We recommend that we replace or fully upgrade the elevator. Good luck on that, right? We're in line. With HVAC, it's non-functional, the equipment is corroded, mold and dust fans have blown out. The restroom and the loud exhaust have failed. The air conditioning does not have. And so we recommend that the government install entirely new HVAC system. On plumbing, there are damaged or missing parts, or some of the toilets and sinks and urinals are non-functional. The pipes, they are aged or corroded. There are a number of them, galvanized cast iron, or even PVC mix. The hot water heaters have failed, and so they recommend replacing the entire system of plumbing with modern, water-efficient fixtures and medical dental plumbing. For fire protection and life safety, incomplete coverage of sprinklers, corroded pipes, low water supply, inaccessible fire department connections. The fire alarms are non-functional, strict wiring, missing panels, devices, and ADA violations. When it comes to exits, there are black lights, missing emergency lighting and signage. And again, they recommend a full system replacement of sprinklers, alarms, and egress upgrades. On electrical, the GPA transformer is in poor condition, and the proper wiring has been stolen. So there's evidence of a lack of proper wiring. There's also we've also noticed that wiring and conduits that are there are outdated and corroded, and then the light fixtures are obsolete. There is no CCTV, so whether they were there before, they're not there now. I don't even remember if there was ever cameras in that clinic. I don't remember. But
again, in this report, they recommend a complete replacement of the electrical system. When it comes to daytime cabling, it's been cut, exposed, or damaged. The IT and server room is inadequate or disorganized. They do recommend a new underground fiber optic service, new telephone room, or structured cabling. Again, to talk about the cost comparison, to rehabilitate the facility with site fixes will cost $27.8 million. The rebuild option, right, to demolish 2.5, but then to rebuild, not, I didn't see it in the executive summary, not priced in the report. But obviously, it costs way more than rehabilitating the facility. It's going to cost more than $27.8 million. That's the thing. We talked a little bit about asbestos. There's obviously mold that they found, widespread mold due to water intrusion and long-term vacancy. Mold is seen on walls, ceilings, carpets, and also the gypsum board. Stains from leaks on walls and ceilings, more likely seen inside the walls and ceilings too. So ain't no way that you can just, that and then reuse it as a clinic, as a public health clinic. You're going to have to get rid of that mold. And it even occurs the causes: rainwater leaks, HVAC condensation, plumbing leaks, groundwater, bad roof and drain skills, poor ventilation and restrooms just made it worse. Obviously, it even shares the risk of hazard, right? And then there's asbestos. Building is from 1973 when asbestos use was common, but they did not do an asbestos survey. So if rehab is chosen, an asbestos survey will need to be mandatory before construction. Because of the building's age, lead paint is likely present. So, but they didn't do a lead survey. However, they do say in order to rehabilitate the facility, you'll need to test the lead and then obviously dispose of it under OSHA rules. They did other hazardous material. The report states that there's likely to have other hazardous materials like mercury, like PCB, oil-containing equipment as well. And so again, they recommend that a full hazardous materials survey be required. They recommend doing a full mold remediation and worker protection and disposal to comply with OSHA. And all of that is included in that $27.8 million, right? In the conclusion of the executive summary, because this thing is like 228 pages, so I only read the executive summary. The facility is in a state of advanced deterioration after decades of poor maintenance. Decades? It hasn't even, well, I guess decades while it was open, it didn't have any, it's stating that it's been poorly maintained, right? And then obviously the 2019 fire, because it's only been closed since 2019. Rehabilitation is possible, but requires full replacement of all major systems. And I showed you what those systems are in the report. It requires hazmat surveys and abatement, which are extra costs of these hazmat surveys. Obviously, demolition remains cheaper at $2.5 million. So, why is this important? Again, they're trying to figure out what to do with these two bills. That's how they're going to move forward with the facility. I think there's also a letter. Let me just read that before because we're definitely changing the subject here after this break. So, page 11, FM, and da-da-da-da. There is a letter to speakers.
it in. I don't really want to change the subject. I mean, I don't want to carry this conversation in to the next, here it is. I'm just going to get it out of my phone. Not opening up with my laptop. So, this is from the Office of the Governor. Acting Governor Josh Pinero, who's speaking. And so basically, he's transmitting this information to the legislature as a complete condition assessment report for public health, the central clinic facility, has been complete now. The report outlines a clear path forward for rehabilitation and investment in one of Guam's most critical health institutions. The condition assessment commissioned by Public Works and conducted by external engineering consultants found that while the facility structure foundation remains sound, nearly every major system, including electrical, plumbing, HVAC, fire protection, and roofing, requires extensive repair or full replacement. The building, constructed in 1973 and vacated after an electrical fire in 2019, is currently in poor to fair condition due to age, wear, and deferred maintenance. The total cost to rehabilitate and restore the facility to safe and modern standards is estimated at $47.9 million, which to be honest, I don't even think it's that bad. I think the bones, built on this and saying, structurally sound, that just tells me, if a real estate agent is telling me that this building that I might want to buy for $600,000, stretch it out and think it over, and they say that, I'm like, oh, that means the bones are, it's got some strong bones. You can't take it. I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. So again, key findings: mechanical and electrical systems, life safety and fire protection, plumbing, accessibility, stormwater drainage. The facility is a vital component of Guam's public health infrastructure, and the findings of this report will help guide the legislature's discussion on two pieces of legislation, Bill 12 and Bill 21, relative to which future use. I forget which one's which, but one is saying that it's horizon, the other is saying that it's going to raise million bonds. In one way or another, I don't want to misspeak because it still is in partnership with GCC, but the mechanism is different. 503 enacting will take the break. On the other side, we'll be getting the president of the Guam Business Journal coming in and talking with us right after this. And so we'll take the break. QZUM FM and Donald O'Gorman.
The meeting between President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky was joined by European leaders was productive, according to Hafa Adai. CSN White House correspondent Dorothy Cordes. There was little attention that brought Zelensky last visit 6 months ago. Vladimir companies are open to post-war U.S. peacekeeping troops who would help prevent a repeat invasion of Ukraine. That was a big relief to all of them. Zelensky was the only business was the government in the United States. But both Ukraine and Russia reported attacks overnight. Hamas has agreed to a new 60-day ceasefire proposal, reportedly the grandstand from Jerusalem. During the next 60 days, Israel and the Palestinians, Israel and Hamas will negotiate an end to the war, a complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, and some sort of war after Gaza. Israel still has to approve the plan. Hurricane Aaron is currently lasting the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. The category 4 storm governor's north. A direct hit on the U.S. is not at a forecast for riptides on. CBS meteorologist David Atkinson explained we're already seeing some really dangerous conditions at the coast. So it goes from 6 to 12 to 16 feet high, depending where you are. You can work in California, 11 the Outer Banks of North Carolina. It doesn't matter if you are in South Carolina or Delaware, Florida, or Illinois, you will be seeing impacts
right now, especially as we go into the middle of the week.
An immigrant applying to enter on the state of New York will now have to prove they have good moral character. Even parking tickets or traffic violations could nix an application. CBS immigration reporter Camille $20 has more on the new criteria.
The current system is arguing that it will necessarily step to restore integrity to a U.S. education system that they believe has been too lax under Democratic administrations, including under former President Joe Biden.
The woman who supplied Pauly Suba to Florida with a drug problem that killed him was convicted. They were not professing their other son.
She tried to do something and so she was going to have the injustice. And she wanted to try to do it quicker, but the federal investigation was able to figure this out to find out who provided the payment.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get government insurance to protect the food that make your place of home, including coverage with faster damage. Visit Progressive.com.
We all get the radio noise about the IRS. We all to be afraid, to be scared, to be part of frightening with the crime. I'm not here to do that. Actually, news advocates is different. CRAs see the time to get you online to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000. We have a solution. It's a matter of receiving your credit at work or with your kids. But if you're anyone, call me. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. CRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. General Spokesman and law available to you across state. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 reviews on Google and an 8+ for the Better Business Journal. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at CRA.com or call 800-497-8593. That's 800-497-8593. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. The famous stuntman has died. CBS's Chief Capers of warned these opposite points.
Hafa Adai Jr. was the man on fire in courtroom for 1975 King Florida album Wish You Were Here. In Hollywood, he was one of women's go-to stuntmen.
One on down in the car, they called him such a couple to do
Alabama President is still in an exploding tunnel on CBS Sports. It performed in more than 200 films, including What's With Wrong, Lethal Weapon, Twister, and The Matrix Reloaded. Hafa Adai was India. CBS News.
The chief of the U.S. Air Force has announced he will soon get his final on-duty salute. General David Arnold said in a statement he plans to retire around November 1st. He did not give a reason to why he decided to step down. He's the 23rd Air Force Chief of Staff. CBS News. Good afternoon. 7:09 p.m. and that is your time check on the Brightside on Wave 105.1 FM. Shout out to our sponsors of the show stand on. Actually, Marianas Business and Memories Happy Year. Coach to the ground. Rolling code and need always first coding good time. Your future is up again to the most fast first to the ground. GCA Refire with you. Microclass is over 2 minutes and allocation. Thanks for the 5 years to download Microclass 671 and Microclass 6 on the Facebook for training deals and promotions. Second security solutions, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Showing hands, right from themselves. Are you ready? The Center for Western Williams Nursing. Engineers for Guam, Showing Work, Season 4. Both South and East. The Center for Michigan would ask Sherwin Williams. Subway, your house is just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayFacility.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right on your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayFacility.com is by good to go and deliver. It's the way you gotta refresh the details. Wi-Fi overload through virtual points where local caregivers found faulty diaries at Animal Hospital. Over fingertips local value family members they are. Brightside, the one source in animal care. Yes, it's time for your radio traffic report here on the Brightside. Taking places on Route 16 if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Business. That is in Borgata House and traffic may be backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to lane closure with the right lane open. Right lane only open hold accordingly or keep open routes if needed. Heavy traffic on Route 1 is limited if you're heading north and southbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. Slow traffic on Route 1 and Getaway if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 27. And therefore, your traffic advisory for those construction activities will continue along Route 10. The feeder route for inconsistent on the Saturday radius from tomorrow, Wednesday, August 20 to August 23rd. There will be lane charges between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. on weekdays and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. Your food takeaways and the drive with often. And that is the review of traffic report here on the Brightside brought to you by Guam Business. Schedule for sourcing your Guam Auto Star by 24/7 Auto. Review the anytime on their website at guamautostar.com. Guam Auto Star plus 7 Auto. The human plan is something that will not only survive, but recover. I do know this one because of the needs of the salt management. You will want to practice that. You need to take it as a partner. As you start to get especially in recent context, you're welcoming to your own community research in the future, continuing to gain long-term information and make your own particular.
All right, welcome back. The best of all, even though it's not so bright outside, it is inside, especially if you're tuned in to us on the way105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Way105.1 FM Guam. And so if you're tuned into our YouTube, and you will see our guest in studio, the president of the Guam Business Journal, Regine Bisco Lee, and we wanted to bring you in and talk more about these airline incentives, right? Because I've been following around, watching some of these public hearings and whatnot, and really sharing with our legislators, and then also in your meetings, the importance of airline incentives. And so if you can share with our audience that can better understand what that is and why we need funding for it.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to provide information that may answer some of your questions about the tourism industry in general and economic outlook and the request that we're making to the legislature for $11.1 million in temporary airline programs to increase the funding, as you mentioned. So I just wanted to set the stage. For everyone, I'm super grateful to our team who can prepare me for a lot of these questions. We have our membership and industry partners who are doing this work every day. And then thank you to our team who finance this joining us, to our oversight chair, and to the CEM for inserting this request into the budget. And then we're really grateful to the members of the legislature just for their consideration of this request. And so, I guess to paint the picture, the next 18 months are very, very critical for us. Globally, airlines are facing a shortage of aircraft, but also facing a shortage of labor. Manufacturing and mechanical labor are still very, very strong. And so they will work in extended maintenance, supply chain challenges. All of these things are completely outside of my control. And so they see me with destinations around the world, including operating VCTs in Hawaii and Saipan and Palau, that are fighting for the same limited aircraft. Guam has to be competitive now because these ill-advised decisions are made today 3 years out. So if we don't get today, we're going to be affected not just for the next few months, but for years to come. Again, there's global airline shortage, you can look it up, everybody's moving, it's Airbus, everybody's being affected by a lot of these supply chain challenges. And so, thanks to the prudence of my predecessor and the great work that they were able to realize some savings from the fiscal year. There was a budget cut, there was a adequate GDP, and they were able to take that money and invest this fiscal year into 2025 in incentives and really incentivize airlines to increase Guam's seat capacity. When we saw both in November of 2024 and when we were not in April of 2025, right after we met with these Korean airlines on terrorism, as soon as we had those meetings, they immediately responded. So the airport capacity in North Korea jumped from 39,000 seats a month in June to what we're enjoying today in August, 60,000. So you're looking at almost double. Yeah, in just 2 months. Because of these incentives. So we know that they work. This is not being given to everybody. It's being targeted performance-based programs that we're rolling out. It does not reward airlines based on system rating. So we're just asking if we could have additional funding to incentivize and entice airlines to increase their seat capacity because we know that they're places to support it. If we don't, they will pay.
And you're competing against some of these tourism markets, right?
It is real. You're really thinking about when you're competing with challenges in China, places like Hong Kong, and places like India, and competitors in this way because there are offering incentives that airports are offering incentives to get folks to fly. Because once those rights are scheduled, people are going to fly. They get it from an equals jobs, additional tax revenue that are coming into those different areas. And so when I say we're considering with places like China, it's real. Not only is China a cheaper destination from a consumer standpoint, but when if I'm an airline, let's say I'm in Toronto, do I fly to Guam? Now, price moving, or do I fly to Brightside August? Well, let's see. There's certain destinations that an international airport, because of the limited restrictions by the FAA, it only allows us to offer up to 50% off landing fees. That's the max that we can do for a new route, new service, and a short-haul destination. China, on the other hand, they're in the FAA. They're their own country. They can make it all rules. They're offering 95% off the landing fees. And the landing fees in general are cheaper because labor is cheaper now. So it's very complicated economic situation, but we need to make it a small investment because we know how people say, what about the schools and what about the hospital? And what about public safety? And there's a firefighter. We know that we need more resources in the fire department. We know that we need more food movements and more of our schools. But one of the only ways we can get that is investing in our economy so that we can have these things. So that $11 million we're looking at investing in terms of airline incentives, the expected returns on that are an increase calling of over $166 million in taxes. We're looking at an increase of 6,000 new jobs, supporting jobs in the industry. We're looking at an increase of $640 million in economic impact. So you give $11 million on the front end, and we'll realize an electric
I love how you illustrated it when you're talking about not selling the golden
of the farmer and the golden goose. So this is one golden egg. It's once a day, and the farmer's getting used to that. He's really enjoying it. And then, after some time, you start to want more. And you get a little greedy. And so we can't have the goose. We have to close and have some maybe one of the goose. And so that's
the tourism industry.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we're trying to do, right? We're diversifying our tourism industry. We're not only focused on Japan and Korea, although those have been our major markets, but also looking at other destinations. We're looking at investing in the Philippines, investing in Taiwan, and we've sort of switching it in today. Investing in places like Malaysia, that are good food. And so, PBD is doing a lot. There's a lot of different markets that we're focused on, but this $11 million incentive is really helping go a long way in growing reservations and growing non-business and growing jobs and growing our tax base.
And I think that when somebody looks at how can we compete against Thailand, we have to focus on our strengths. I think the fact that it's easier to drive here than it is.
We're going to Thailand is a number of beautiful beaches in Greenland, but there are also a lot of pretty close to transportation can be good. Our air quality is the two things that I'm saying. I don't know if you just look at the air quality index in Bangkok. When you go there, you go to the north, your boogies are good. Like, people don't have beautiful, clean air, pristine water, and it's exactly what people who are businesses in Tokyo visualize themselves. They want to get to that everyday life. We want to provide that. Go to the destination, and it takes about 3 to 4 hours to get there. Perfect for, long weekends, and give them the respect.
Around here with you, the general manager of Brightside August, loves to come here for the summer. I didn't realize it's better in Tokyo. Because you have concrete jungles, right?
They don't have that beautiful opportunities that you experience. So that's one of the reasons why it's a quick thinking for us. Our road sectors are looking really great out of both Japan and Korea, out of Philippines, out of Thailand. Everybody wants to vacation on Bali. And so it is really special, really awesome. We have a preserved and beautiful destination. And I think sometimes all of the residents do find that it really is a really beautiful place. And it's easy to say. It's easy to do that.
Is Grocer on the line? You mentioned, did I see somebody wants to get in? Yeah?
Oh, yes. You want to talk about tourism in Malaysia? Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. You're on the air with Regina Pauly, the president of the Guam Business Journal.
That's right, and that's a great question. So, answering the question, in July, we actually had Philippines to have 41 Malaysian travel and tour agents. So they came here, we did have to provide special halal meals for them, but there were a number of restaurants, both in the hotels and other restaurants that stepped up to help us meet that demand. And so, a number of different hotels at the stadium provided halal meals because, as you mentioned, a number of them have vaccines. A number follow that kind of system down. But we really want to thank our partners who participated in that. If I could just start out from our family restaurant, the Baby Mediterranean, the Rafa, the Lucas Sales, the Express Mediterranean, the Benke Japanese restaurant at the Mexico. So that's a really good question. The great thing about Malaysia is it's visa-free. The challenging thing for us is that we've been able to export in, but we're working with our partners to include Philippine Airlines who does not here. So they travel from Malaysia to the Philippines, Fort over in Manila, and then to the Philippines.
Thank you. I know that work with food providers so that, when it's clear time and they go in the food, for example, that it's a couple of hard beaches, whether it's weekday, but, one of the food places of Guam, those companies need to be integrated in, like you said, they're going to be certified for all the yeah, so that makes sense for them. And then in the hotel restaurant, all the stuff that you said with the hotel for accommodating cricket, all is great. It goes far beyond that when it comes to resources and stuff like that in the local community. But I get that on the right track.
We also reached out to the different community forums, and they provided, some feedback and they gave us some recommendations because we were just as concerned as you are. When we recruit somebody to our post, we want to make sure that we're both comfortable. We want to make sure that we are extending the tools that is good. And we want to equip the agents with that first-hand knowledge and insight as to what Guam has to offer. And we did a great job of showing them and showcasing our items, and we're encouraging them to book packages and making sure travel and encourage their friends and family to come visit.
Well, thank you. You have one more question as you get up to time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know I've talked about this before. Guam is beautiful. I mean, the streets, DVDs are employees out there, moving the body around, but I got outside,
Yeah, that's really important. Actually, part of it.
Everyone can do these supplements. Not married counseling, but using funding going outside of the from right inside.
Right. And so, part of our belief now is our visual safety officers and our safety officers. So, our visual safety officers primarily patrol in Chile, but they're also in the environment. Our people district. Sometimes we will go down to different sites in the southern part of the villages to patrol some of those high traffic tourist destinations as well in the south. And so we're really hoping to expand that program and make sure that we have that reach. Visual safety officers aren't just there to look for the visitors and take that, also, work to take photos and make, explain certain attentions, like when we have if anybody has questions or needs a restroom, vehicles are available to work them. And so we're really glad that we have these frontline employees out there and sharing that with our visitors. But it is really important as part of the visitor tourism 2020 plan, and we're looking at having an additional strategic plan coming out for the next 3 years and really mapping out what that means in terms of CIP projects outside of Tucson and really taking care of Guam as a whole as a destination and pushing them out into the villages so that they can get that very unique only on Guam experience.
That's a question, Joe. Yeah.
We were talking about the price in Tucson.
Yeah.
And again, we still have to get through these try to call in, but because we have these people leave, this is expensive. But part of the price, is there a certain time that they only work on the others?
That's what it's called. That might actually happen at like 1 in the morning, but I get what you're saying, right? Because people are connecting it to this thing during the 2-month night marking, right? And so it happened right after.
It's a great question. Unfortunately, practice did not fall under our purview of the which determines customer creation and that's investigating
But the VSOs are, it's a contract VFRS with GVB. And so, my guess is and so I can ask him too, what are the hours, but I've never heard of them within the contract that they have to be out there at 1 in the morning. And not only that, but they're not allowed to constrain anybody. that's still, there's still only security guards, right? In essence. So it's observe and report is really what they can be doing. They're not supposed to stop that fight. That can get into even more, that can be a liability, but they are supposed to observe and then obviously report to the police.
Sometimes the whole fight,
yeah, but
the whole fight hours actually end at 8 p.m.
Okay.
So they have different shifts, and we're trying to provide as much coverage as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a conversation to expand even not just the time, but even the reach and the places. But I think also Bill brings up some really good points on what real Guam is. And so it's just I love the partnership that you have with the airport. It makes sense to partner with them. But I'm sure you saw the 4 a.m. story, and this is a conversation that happens all the time on talk radio. There's sidewalks and the walkings and the airport,
pretty frustrated about that reporting because the question that I received from that reporter was about sidewalks and jaywalking. So I was never shown that video, and so my response was stick to that video, but I never had the opportunity to really see what was being asked related to the different development with jaywalking and somebody. So my response was primarily, I was thinking about, okay, maybe for the night market, I want to make sure that we're doing what we can to paint the code and make those things, but it's really doing that. What she was asking, because I didn't know that was the opportunity to do video. We actually just got a call today from JP Pinata at the airport. Both JP and President Paola, the DPW, we're all in communication. We're all trying to work very closely together. And so these are things that we really want to be able to solve. It's easy, the challenge is sometimes we'll convince our employees or employees from private businesses like Donkey, like DFS, or even the airport. We think about it, it's starting to rain, I didn't know, and tourists are pulling their luggage, and it's been that messy, but many people just will open their doors and say, hey, it's happened like that. Not safe and not long-term solution, but honestly, I love it. That's like the part of our people, right? That we really need to have the conversation about expanding that sidewalk and then also providing awareness. Letting people know this is dangerous. This is not sanctioned. Please, this isn't what you can go around and stuff. And then that kind of lends itself to a number of the transportation related issues, transportation visitors and our residents experiencing it on a daily basis. And so that's a little bit of a systemic challenge, but something that we're really looking at addressing.
Well, I know DPW has a long-term planning solution, but that's like years out, right? And so I know that I think there is a bus schedule now, even more so. I believe you have to pay to get from Donkey over to the airport, but that's available, and I think there is more partnership evolves with not just with Donkey and the airport, but with the hotel and the shuttles that you can see your circuits, right? The lines.
And one of the other things that we're looking at, this is a little bit different, but not that kind of in the same vein, a demonstration project that was done here mentioned by Hafa Adai, participants plans. They had a chosen positioning strategy. So one of the demonstration projects was transportation for hotel and industry workers. And so really trying to think about having some kind of shuttle service like a fishing ride. So people who are living in Juco and Dodo could maybe park at the mall, leave their cars, and then hop on a bus get to work and come on, and then reduce traffic and increase opportunities for these industry workers to get to work on time. It's a challenge because GOTA, as many know, sometimes is not reliable. It's just not. If you have to get to work at 8 a.m., the chances are it's a 50-50. And so we need to put things into them thinking about creating a schedule for that and creating, shuttle service for industry employees, both in the north and in the south.
And I know this whole conversation started with how do we get more visitors here, and it's through this incentive plus the airline's temporary airline seat incentive, right? Have you already seen, because you've already invested money in this fiscal year, right? Have you seen a return on investment?
And so, you're able to invest in fiscal year 25, Guam's monthly seat capacity in Korea jumped to 39,000 in June, 60,000 in August. This is some both new and restored routes in many of our key markets. So we're looking at Japan, Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, and I just really want to just really focus on the idea and the statement that these incentives are not handouts. They're performance-based agreements. They're tied to seat capacity. They're tied to load factor. They're tied to route duration. If they're flying and the airplane isn't full, we ain't doing them. So it's one of those things that we see, and especially in markets like Korea, if we provide the seats, people will go back. They want to come to us. And so we need to do what we can to provide that capacity.
When's the next exit survey coming out?
That's a great question. So we just, the airport local surveys, they're going to be coming out every month.
Oh, no.
And so we've got from all of our different markets. And it's so great because we're able to see, okay, how much on average does a Korean visitor spend? How much on average does a Taiwanese visitor spend? How many days are they staying here? What places are they visiting? What do they like about it? Do they set, what are the first reports that we got from these monthly exit surveys? Everybody's so concerned about safety and security. But we actually got feedback that a majority of our visitors from all of our major markets felt that when they were here, they felt very safe. And so that's great news. We need to continue with that. We need to make sure that there are no other incidences. We want visitors to be safe, but we also want our local people to be safe. Our local residents to be safe all around our island, not just in Chile. And so that's one of the things that we're working towards.
What about rental companies? Are you communicating with them? Talks about the actual vehicles. Are they happy with the vehicles that they're renting?
So, many of the rental car companies are GVD members. We also have GVD membership with Mickey Taxi, who is working with the Kakao app to provide that service, and Stride One provides ride-sharing services, and all of our taxis as well. And so all of them are kind of the same transportation conversation that we're having. But just to get back to the exit surveys and the information that we get from folks, I think the thing that really stuck in my mind is that, so for example, average visitor from Japan spends about $560 while they're here. Average visitor from Korea spends about $590. The average visitor from Taiwan spends $866 one long. And so just one extra weekly flight can mean millions in annual spending for them.
Why do you see that difference?
Maybe it's because it's a market that we haven't fully touched. We only have twice weekly surveys at a time. So we just kind of look at
is the trend stronger?
Actually, you're right. It might be a function of that because the dollar is great, especially when compared to Japanese yen and Taiwan. So that could be it. And I actually have been talked about, we have a new director of research, and so I probably want to ask him.
I like this thing.
He's a fabulous. I'm so grateful for the chance to work with him again. We came to the legislature when he was down there, and he was just recently put labor.
Oh, he's a great asset. I can't wait.
But every 70 visitors that come to Guam supports approximately one local job. There's hospitality, retail, and services. And so we really want to push this and please get the legislature for this $11 million in incentives because these airline routes directly generate hotels of different types. They directly generate GRT, that's income taxes. All of that revenue for them.
Are you seeing incentives attached to tour packages?
No, not per se. It's just, we're just really focused on getting them here in terms of the airline. Now they purchase it, it's up to them. Whether they're offering an independent travel, whether they book directly on a website like the airline, or they go through a travel agent, like HRS or JCB or, Mode, that's up to them. But we just want to offer the very basic for them. And I think the other thing I really want to underscore is the case of relaxing. Because we're at a certain point right now that we don't want to receive or cancel that. Because it would be that much more difficult for us to get the capacity back.
Oh, yeah. Once they over at another airport,
and once the spot is gone, and a lot of it in Incheon and Narita, those spaces really seem to come back. And redirecting planes and battle-funded destinations like Thailand, like, Hong Kong, like I mentioned. Here's the reality. If we don't invest now, then other destinations will. They'll take the planes, they'll take the visitors, they'll take the time, overtax revenue, and that's what it looks like.
It can't be one or the other, though. It has to be both, I feel, right? And I think that's the conversation that you have with so many players. It can't just be investing in the student incentives and not investing in ground as far as what is offered to us.
Absolutely. Because once you get somebody here, they're going to think that you're serving a letter.
Right.
They get here
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
It's not clean, it's not safe, it's not, the restrooms aren't up to par.
Right.
So those are things that we really need to fix.
Yeah.
And we're really committed to fixing them. And let me tell you, it's much easier to solve these problems with additional tax revenue. So if we have the money to spend, I was just listening to the legislature earlier today about BPO. And senators were talking about the great ideas, and we have, many youth sports programs. And, trust me, my heart is broken in half because of the whole that you're for.
You were there when DPR director was talking about women and maintenance workers and stuff.
Compared to what they used to have in, when we were kids, so it's a challenge. It's, pro bono, not just for the maintenance workers, but he's having trouble really keeping lifeguards on staff. Because the military is paying much more for the minimum wage.
I'm asking a question, and I totally forgot to respond. But it's either GHRA or GVB or a combination. But what is GHRA and GVB doing to assist the lifeguards? Are you paying for their certification?
We are. There's twofold. So we're paying for part of that, but in addition to visual safety officers, we also have beach safety officers. And so both folks are lifeguard certified. And so we're making sure that they get the certification, the training, and then placing them in high visibility places because DPI has not been able to keep those lifeguards employed.
Why should we pay for these lifeguards? Why should they be government employees of DPI and not just hotels sending their lifeguards to people?
We do have hotel lifeguards, but they're only responsible for the perimeter of the property. Beyond the public aspect, we're paying taxes on. The government of Guam is really on the hook for that. Not just for, hotel guests, but for all of our people. We want to have a very safe ocean to migrate every other place that, our families swim and enjoy the ocean. We want it to be safe.
I agree 100% because, again, people are coming here to have the best time of their life. They don't. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And so, I can get on my soapbox and talk about ocean rescue all day long, trust me, and look at somebody who does it for a living. So, it's really important, and we cannot underscore that enough. Especially, working with our team for the maintenance, this is really at the top of my mind. I don't want, we're doing this as a family friendly event, and really appease with the people around, everybody, enjoy what we've built down there, and be respectful of other people. Let's not push them.
On the baggage check,
estimates of upwards of 6,000 to 8,000 people. And when you see some of those videos of our kids performing in that public street, I mean, it's so incredible. And so the tires before the town, and even our visitors from all of our source markets have had that kind of experience on local cuisine, through the talent that we have here in Guam, and it's tremendous. And it's really going to just create that virtuous cycle.
I hope we continue to do that, because I honestly don't think that you're competing against Samoa Village. You have two different time frames, and when I look at the visitors that are coming in, those that are here on Friday and leaving on Monday, they're not seeing Samoa Village. I don't see that you're competing, and I would say that having it on Sunday allows for those people to just step right outside their hotel. When you, like in Korea, if I'm going, there's a lot of times I want to make sure that I'm right there in Myeongdong. I want to be right outside of Myeongdong. And so I would say that those that are now looking at something like this, it's Kumon Night Market is just right outside their hotel. And I don't want to go to Myeongdong. I don't want to go to, what is it, the one in Broken Berry where there's nobody on the street?
I know it's a big place. I want that experience, right? And it's great about that Kumon Night Market as opposed to the night market in Myeongdong. There's barely any Koreans at that Myeongdong. You don't get residents here. But here, because our local people are coming out, with the people who are at the, the vendors, like entertainers, you get that real true Guam experience, and you can speak to somebody who has lived here for, 50 plus years. I love it. I absolutely love it. And when I got a chance, Pauly, to cross one of our bucket list items of maybe visit Guam for the extended affair. I did the extra and the secret one. I was ordering a coconut candy ice cream from Denver, and I was running with my girl, and it was so much fun. But yeah, just to kind of bring it all back together, in terms of the incentives, right? Tourism growth will start if we don't invest. No matter how good our marketing is, no matter how beautiful our island is, if we don't give these visitors a way to get here without being famous, they're not going to come. It's as simple as that. And what we're faced with also is, if military construction now is winding down, you're going to see it plateau and you're going to see it drop off. We need the tour industry, like tourism, to step up and to fill that economic gap. And I think about our housekeepers, I think about our tour operators, and people who do the laundry services, people that do repair and delivery, keeping our lights on, the waterfront, everybody is impacted by tourism. And so, this, again, $11 million is not the time that it is a strategic investment in Guam's economy, and Guam's growth, and Guam's people.
Thanks so much for coming in. Anything else that you wanted to share?
There's so much. I could talk about this all day every day. I think that's the final thing I guess I know said it before. I agree with so many of our candidates that public safety, that public concern, and health. They just talk about public health problems. We want to be able to solve those problems, right? And these are our priorities. But in order to fund that, we need a strong economy. We need those tax revenues coming in so that tourism is a force multiplier.
Absolutely. I mean, we gotta continue to invest in our number one industry. We can't just we can't be selling the goods that made the golden age.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the time, and I'll probably be coming down first thing in the morning to watch the party and all too.
I can't wait for listening to that conversation. For sure.
I can't wait. I'm really excited.
We can just open up one of the office spaces. You never have to leave.
I'll give you a call. That will be good.
I'll talk to you in the afternoon. We gotta take this break and thank our sponsors. And then also just do that. And where's the safest place to do that? We're coming up in just a bit right here on Wave 105. Even though it's not so bright outside, it is inside.
The story of Ukraine is at the center of the possible meeting between Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. 2 days ahead recorded. The President said that any talk about territory needs to wait until he's putting face-to-face together to the way that both exchanges happen. And even to set that rate as soon as possible. Hamas has accepted a new proposal for ceasefire and reportedly in Jerusalem says it's definitely not a good deal. I think we have to be a little bit careful because this has happened before, where it seems we've been on the verge of a ceasefire and then at the last minute everything has fallen apart. An airline company demanding to part to the east. The National Hurricane Centers might find even though the weather could be not at the coast, you can still use certain conditions for the hurricane. So that's the one we're going to see on CBS News Brief. I'm Wendy Kumar.
Managing your personal finances is a fluid. I'm our camera at weekday.com, Brightside August. Speaking as a bride, having a child is a wonderful, life-changing experience. The decision of considerable consequences for a parent or family's personal finances before embarking on the parenting path. As a couple, ask whether both of you are fully on board or invested, so to speak. One of the partners wants to travel more, go to graduate school, or pay for an expensive home renovation, might be time to reconsider priorities. How are you doing financially? Are there significant and numerous expenses and trial raising something that you're truly ready for? A stable household requires getting debt under control, also saving for retirement and for emergencies. Fortunately, high-yield savings accounts are now producing better returns for your money. And take stock of insurance needs. Between paying for hospital costs, drug co-pays, and deductibles, medical bills for a growing family, and more. More check out weekday.com. I'm Mark Taylor. A major AI company prohibited job seekers from using AI on their applications. Here's why it changed its policy. And Jeff Bezos of Fortune magazine with the Fortune business ethic. The company Anthropic and its AI chatbot is called Claude. Like some other companies, it prohibited job applicants from using AI to refine their resume, cover letters, and applications. But now the company says it uses Claude every day. In fact, it uses Claude to create job descriptions, improve interview questions, and manage candidate communication. So the company figured it's only fair that candidates can use such tools too. But only up to a point. Job seekers still can't use AI when given problems to solve or being interviewed. And with AI improving by the week, don't be surprised if the rules that Anthropic and went through change again before long. I'm just calling. Open doors, lock your windows, turn on the lights, and turn the whole thing to a weird darkness. I'm going to the list of weird darkness. Every Thursday night from 6 to 8, here on Weird World News. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, war, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, the cold, unacknowledged, and weird dark. This Thursday night at 6, the Weird World News. just got weird about this. Every person open, fix it, and real 105.9. Every week on Weird August, you'll hear 2 hours of school for the Blue Line. Supernatural, legend, war, life, conspiracy, the schools, the toad, unsolved, and the baseball. Weird August. This Thursday night at 6 on the Wave 105.9.
There's a previous weather traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in San Juan, including from Virginia, heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in San if you're heading northbound to the intersection. That east to Route 14, unexpected traffic is backed up all the way to the intersection near the Guam dealership. There's also very heavy traffic on Route 16, if you're heading to the intersection near the Guam Business traffic is backed up all the way from the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to a lane closure. Only the right lane is open, so be on the lookout for that. Accordingly, take alternate routes if needed. There's also slow traffic on Route 1 up to 2 mile if you're heading northbound to the intersection. That is Route 16. And that is your last available traffic report here on the Brightside Hafa Adai Guam Auto Star. Schedule right there today at GuamAutoStar.com for 70 Auto or view their inventory on their website at GuamAutoStar.com. Guam Auto Star for 70 Auto. We've moved in opinions instructions for our better understanding of what components. We do not necessarily have the business plans of the stock management on the way there for the people who used to move that with the company. As we come to that, especially in urban content, we welcome you to the excellent research and continuing to really help them with finances to live well in the country.
I do have this release from the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority, right? It's the top going on. They provided an update on the power fluctuation experienced earlier today. Don shared with us. Also, CEO of the Military Authority earlier, I shared that message from him. So the official statement on S1 this afternoon, final activation protocols are activated due to power fluctuations. The component in the electrical room located in the third floor medical surgical area began sparking and emitting smoke. The issue was immediately contained using a fire extinguisher. No further hazards were reported at 15, because we don't want that place to get condemned too, like in 2019, we were talking about the Central Hospital, like, I don't know, another one. Looks like we're going to have to open that new, it's the one in the yard open yet? We might have to open that one up sooner than later. Separately, an air handling unit in a different wing burned out due to the unstable power supply. As a precautionary measure, patients in the area were temporarily relocated after issues were identified. As part of the fire activation protocol, GOP responded to assess the electrical fire and to monitor and quality. They remained on-site until no significant concerns or other hazards were identified. During the incident, GMA still operated on general generator power to maintain critical hospital function. And as of 3 p.m., the facility safely transitioned back to island power. EPA was on-site to test the main power lines after power fluctuations occurred. Additionally, their systems, phone lines, and internet are up and running after downtime of about an hour. ERP continued coverage in service for the day. However, for the safety of patients, families, and staff, visitation remains temporarily suspended until further notice. From the acting PIO, GMAK is grateful to our staff, ERP, and EPA for their swift action and support. Our focus remains on patient safety and continuity of care as we continue to monitor the situation. And that's the latest. 601, time to get out of here. KG around Hafa and dead in Guam. Somebody also sent me this statement. Apparently, St. Augustine official in his bid for governor in 2026 has chosen former Senator Glenn Nicholas as his running mate. So there it is. It's on the Office of Senators Go in St. Augustine Facebook. Anybody else usually travel with white speakers on the other? People sometimes do. Anybody? Do we know? Lieutenant Governor? I haven't heard officially. What about Lieutenant Governor John Scenario? Do we know? I don't think he's officially announced yet. His Lieutenant Governor. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow. We'll do it all again tomorrow, 6 to 10 a.m. Mornings with Patty, rolling with Doug. With Wednesday, so you've got Jet Talk with Uncle Johnny and his Admiral of Bobby, Tommy Hermosa, will probably show up sometime tomorrow, right? He always does, or he'll call in. And then we'll do national programming until we get another Brightside with Ethan Allen and special guest Nene. Will more than likely you'll hear from her tomorrow. So remember, everybody get home safe, be kind to each other, especially out on this road. Good job.